Stand and give the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Hines is asked to lead us in prayer. Mr. Hines, floor. You may stand or sit, whatever you feel most comfortable doing.
God be merciful to us and bless us, and cause his face to shine upon us, that your way may be known on the earth and your salvation among nations. Dear Lord, we ask that your holy presence would be here tonight, that you would bring peace and unity, guide with understanding, wisdom, and clarity. Lord, we also ask for your protection for our city, the city board, city workers, fire department, sheriff's department, and the city contractors. Now the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Are there any additions or alterations to the agenda? I have a couple that came up. All these will be under new business. Letter E will be a dead tree in the rain garden, Mr. Walker. F will be a zero-turn mower, discussion and a price on that, approve, disapprove, Al Walker. G is going to be the Frontier Trails aerator replacement for $874.78. H will be Polyflex. I'm not sure if this is Al Walker or if this is Tom Rush.
This is me.
Tom Rush it is. Alrighty, and then letter I then will be City Hall, discuss pets. That's Mr. Rush, right? Okay, are there any other additions? Mr. Walker, do you have anything else? Mr. Rush, do you have anything?
Yeah, I do have one other new business that came up, discussed chip sealing.
Letter J is going to be chip sealing. Discuss chip sealing. Okay. I do have one other, I'm sorry. We're going to add to the sheriff's department, since we have you here, to discuss the vandalism that happened in the park. Other than that, Mr. Holm, do you have anything?
No.
Case.
No.
About that, I need to entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Motion approved.
Motion is there second?
I'll second.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries. Treasurer's report.
All right, the deputy clerk treasurer reported a beginning balance of $1,695,662.67. No receipts yet for the month of July. Disbursements of $206,563.81, leaving an unaudited ending balance of $1,489,098.86.
Questions for the treasurer? Hearing none, we'll move right into the sheriff's report. Wilson, welcome again.
All right, for the month of June, there's 278 calls for service in Baldwin. There were no burglaries reported and no thefts. There were 6 motor vehicle accidents, 44 traffic stops were conducted, and 60 additional patrols for the public. The rest were miscellaneous calls for service. I just learned a little bit ago from Mr. Rush that there was vandalism at Young Park, and I understand that you want to discuss that or had questions about it.
Certainly. Tom, you want to?
Yeah, so last night between 5 or 6 kids on top of the porta potty, guys are in there, they started fire. coated. Also, they threw stuff in the grills, all garbage, they went in the garbage. Was there anything else besides that?
They broke a cover off of the electrical outlet next
Oh,
to
yes.
they also broke the little photo eye for the light sensor for the automatic to turn the lights on for the flag.
Black was missing
Uh,
from the Yaga ball.
yes, a resident said that actually has been missing longer, but they noticed it already, but there was similar vandalism a couple months ago there. And we did have young people on bikes on camera that night. We just didn't have them, the cameras weren't pointing in the right direction that night, so we just saw them go through. I think we should compare the pictures from that previous incident to this incident, see if it's the same people.
So the previous incident also had damage?
Damage on I think they tipped the porta potty over that time. And they broke and the last time they broke the hand sanitizer, and I don't know, Zach could tell us exactly what all happened the previous time, but that was a couple months ago.
Certainly sounds like it's the felony level of a crime here and a conspiracy if there's 5 of them out there. So my understanding is it just got reported today.
Got reported this morning. Tom, you called that in, right? Oh, okay,
Instructed Caleb.
okay.
Yeah, so what we're gonna need is an estimate for the amount of damage, and we would do both those different ones, the hand sanitizer, what it costs to tip up the porta potty after it was knocked over, any other damage with that. We could aggregate them, but they would be 2 separate incidents, likely related. So our investigative division, it sounds like based on the amount of the damage, I'm sure would be taking over this. And from what I heard, there's possibly video footage of the individuals, so that should help. And so it's going to be a process. It'll take some time to run through the court system, but certainly we'd be looking for restitution at a minimum from them.
Exactly. And again, if you need anything from us, we would have every intention to proceed with this.
Absolutely.
Find these individuals and charge these individuals accordingly. Quite a lot of damage. It is amazing the damage that happens.
And we'd probably, upon getting a conviction or at least an arrest, we'd probably want to get that publicly posted
Correct.
to deter anything in the future. Okay. Anything else regarding that or any other questions or issues for us?
I think as we work together on the things we can, I mean, we believe they're youths, adolescents, I'm not sure what we can discuss at this point anyway. As far as that, other than the things that happened.
Sure. Okay, and yeah, we will provide updates to the city as it progresses with where we're at, but we wouldn't normally release many of the details of the investigation. But, okay,
Perfect. Thank you.
anything else?
Hi, anybody? Anybody in the audience want to ask?
It's all quiet. All right.
I would. Thank you, sir. Stay safe. Okay, fire department report. Let's make it official, whatever, before you go down this road, shall we? Let's take letter A first, and we need a motion to approve. They had their elections, and Robin Fisher, Chief Fisher, Robin Fisher is now the chief of our Baldwin Fire Department.
Big motion to approve.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries. All right, letter B, approve, disapprove, or discuss, approve elected Assistant Fire Chief, Mr. Torberg. He is here as well. And the elections proved him to be the winner as well. So if we approve this,
Second.
moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries. All right, letter C, approve, disapprove, we'll do this one. Elected Captain 5, Connor Lowscheider, is effective 6/9/2026, and the other 2 were effective retroactive to 6/9/2026 as well.
Motion approved.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries.
A quick question, Mr. Mayor, on the vote for letter A, council member Case, your vote sounded kind of late. Was that in favor of the approving the chief, or was that?
No, I didn't. I told everybody my opposition to the process.
So for the record, you disapprove, is what you're saying?
Disapprove.
Okay, please
I'm
make sure that.
good with that being on the record.
That's fine, I just want to make sure I wanted clarity. I couldn't know if I heard him right.
And I know what's going on here. So other than that, I would say that generally, as a rule in this body, in this council, you know, when a voice vote is made and people comment to one way or the other of it, I usually leave it go at that. If we want to change that and turn this into.
No, I just didn't hear him right. I wanted to make sure that it gets in the minutes right. I didn't know if Kayla heard it as well.
Positive she heard it as well.
Okay, well, next time I'll ask you, Mr. Mayor, what you heard. How's that? Does that sound good?
That's just fine.
Mr. Mayor, what did you hear?
I heard Mr. Case is against Mr. Fisher for being the fire chief.
Okay, thank you. No further, nothing more needs to be said about it. Thanks.
Okay,
All right, our fire report. We had a busy month in June. We had 42 calls. 39 were in Baldwin, 3 were in Blue Hill, 1 fire, 36 medicals, 2 PIs, 1 mutual aid, and 2 alarm/atmosphere calls. We also had our pancake breakfast last Sunday. It was very successful. Quite a few people turned out. The weather was somewhat inclement, so that may have affected it, but it's going very well.
but the pancakes were good.
Oh, they were very good.
The fire
Yeah,
department.
yes, a lot of you were there. I appreciate you guys showing up, I really do. Assistant Chief Torberg's gonna talk about first due and just give you a little synopsis. You should have all received a packet on that. And he'll just do a brief explanation.
Evening, Mayor.
Wilberg, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you. Evening, Mayor, council members. So first due, what we're, a program we're looking at trying to do for the fire department. We've been, as former Chief Case can attest, doing all of our reporting, our finance, our training records for everything we have. We've been all doing it by pen and paper or a computer program that's 25 years old that we're still using, or actually 23 years old, that we're still using. So we're looking at trying to move forward. The first due is a cloud-based company that the part we're looking at just entails just for the fire department. The parts that we wanted, we can do like pre-incident planning, so we can do all the businesses, make sure we got all of our pre-incident planning for all of our stuff. They do mapping, fire systems, everything we need to do, interactive layouts of buildings and everything in our whole commercial area. Plus, we can have citizens. We can put the app out. There's like an app that they could send it to us, and they could do their house too. So we can have floor plans of house if citizens wanted to join in and do something like that. There's also part of the program, we get an app that goes on our phones. So we get all our pages out of there. It will map us to where the call's going. If we get a call, we can use our phones to do the reports. You can do the phones to take pictures, to do the mapping and all the other aspect of it. Our reports, all of our state and federal mandated report stuff would be taken from that system and automatically sent to the state and federal for compliance that we need to do. Personnel management, we can do all of our training and all of our training records. We can do the pay for everyone, like we have stipends, you can do that. You can do all of our, like we do truck inspections and stuff. We can put them on there so we can do the inspection on our phone. People could walk by and do our truck inspection on the phone, and it just goes into the system, all the stuff that we do. We can do our maintenance logs on there. And like if we need something from the building or from some of our trucks, we get with Zach, we email Zach, but we could be with this program, it would automatically email Zach. because he's the head of the maintenance part, it would email him. They could fix it, he could send an email back, it would come to all of the users or the people that needed to be users, and it would let us know that something was fixed, like we had a hose reel fixed and stuff. So it would just simplify a lot of that stuff. The other things, just a couple other things that they do, the CAD system, right now we use I Am Responding is the one we use for our phones, but that doesn't mesh with our report writing part. So when we get a call from dispatch, we get all the info there, and then we have to sit down, whichever officer is doing the reports, and add all of the information that dispatch has given us, all the times, the call times, when a truck left, when the truck got back, when they arrived. We have to enter that all ourselves. With this system, we wouldn't have to enter it because they join together. So when we get dispatched, all that info gets put into our reports and into our system right away. So again, would save. Right now, the new system is probably taking average officer to do a medical, like 15 to 20 minutes to do it. Some of us, former chief and myself, that do a lot of them, we can get them done in 10 minutes. But some of the other, we have mostly officers entering them. It takes them about 20 minutes to enter a call. And again, you look, we're at 210 calls already. That's a lot of time away from their family sitting here just doing reports. So with this system, most of the stuff's gonna be put in, which will make it quicker, and they could actually sit at their house and do it on their phone if they really wanted to, after they left. So that's the main gist of what this whole system would give us.
The I Am Responding that we have now, that would integrate with this?
Nope, that would go away. This would replace that and our report writing, and our whole system it would be one system.
Basically, we wouldn't need the I Am Responding.
Nope, that ends, I believe, at the end of this year.
The I Am Responding, the contract is up at the end of December.
Yes.
The cost of I Am Responding was approximately $1,000 a year, probably it's a little more at this
Yeah,
point.
it was, I think it's like 3,500 for a 5-year contract, I believe, on that one was. And all we used on that was it dispatched it to our phone and that was it. So we're listening to kind of upgrade and have one system instead of multiple systems that don't talk to each other.
What are the wishes of the council?
The one thing I will add to the first two, because when I was chief, I initiated, let's look at a program to see if we could make things more efficient, that kind of thing. The one thing First Due can do, not only for the fire department, but for Public Works, is asset and inventory records. It's another system they can put in, they can keep track of all our assets back there, inventory, all that kind of stuff too. That's something that aware of, that this is a system that can grow as the city grows and what you would need here. The one thing I want to know is, have you figured out in the budget, because this was not budgeted for this year, where this money was going to come from?
I'll let Chief Fisher go over that if you'd like.
Yeah, what we were gonna do, we'd actually had this discussion when former Chief Case, and he'll probably recall that during our officers meeting, that a suggestion was made, since this is a communications type system, that we do have a communications tower that we do receive revenue from yearly, and we discussed it as officers with our chief, and we thought that might be a suggestion, bring it to the council and see if that would be a possibility, that we could earmark annual fund from that to pay for this, to pay for it initially, and because like former Chief Case said, our budget was not for this to start this year, and so we're asking if you guys would consider that.
Or at least the first year?
Well, yeah, for the first year, if we could do it annually, it would be great, because, budgets are tight, but we're working on that, so. But
I know that with the cell tower, we had a reduction because one of the renters, one of the providers left. I don't know, what are we doing a month now? But at any rate, I believe it was like $1,200 or $1,300 a month is what we were getting. It reduced down to roughly $900 a month is what it is. Therefore, what I'm trying to say is the revenue would be in that fund to pay for this, if that's what we want. And there's a balance right now too. I believe it's about $40,000.
My only, I think this is a good system. I do think that it would behoove us to get the budgetary numbers from the fire department operations budget, and then to see where this first due would fit into that if we take it from the cell tower. That, I think that's a good alternative, but I would like to see the budgetary numbers from it.
Robin, is this a 1 year?
It's, the first year is a little more expensive because they have a startup cost. And then, Brian, what was it approximate?
They have.
Oh, you have the
actual
number,
quote there.
oh, okay, it's up on the
It's
board.
$7,550 for the first year, then it drops $1,000.
So 6,500.
And
How many years is the contract for?
depends on when we call them and we would have a meeting, we can decide how many years we want, is what I was advised last time.
And what is the upcharge per year? Does it go up?
There was none.
Well, what I'm saying is, so if it's 6,500 after the first year, it's 6,550. You lock it in for 20 years at 6,550. I just want to know what, how long.
If they have options
what
on
the
contracts?
option Contract are.
Yeah, we
because
could look
is
at
it
that.
3 year or 5 year? I doubt that it'd be more than 5 year because that's,
Right, because they're not gonna know what their costs are.
no.
That would be helpful for us as well,
Okay.
because we're entering a budgeting cycle, if you will, whatever, for 2027.
Okay,
So to know what we would do, whether we use that or whether we move forward, you know what I mean, or budget it in as a fire department as a whole. It would be easier to track it if it was budgeted into the fire department budget, if you will. That's a piece of what happens. Now, if we ever expanded it at some point in time and brought it into the maintenance department, that would be, we'd have to have that discussion.
I think it's an add-on that they can do, and I think it would behoove the city to do it. But this is a significant increase. It's a six-fold increase from what our yearly charge is currently.
And I think we understand that, but it's also given us a whole bunch of other opportunities. that
Absolutely.
I understand.
It's a good system. It's a good system. I believe it's the number one out
Pay
there.
for it, and where do the dollars come from?
Sure, I'll make a motion. I make a motion to approve, going with the first due and that we use, funds from the cell tower fund in order to pay for the first year of it.
7550.
Yes.
I'll
There's a
second it.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? This is gonna take care of two things. Actually, yes. This is gonna be the discussion, or it'll be discussion of the cell tower funds, to pay for the first due. So, further discussion. Motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Let it show that was unanimous.
Thank you for clarification on that. Yours are as good as they used to be.
Okay, and that would also take care of letter D as well. Letter E is discuss, approve, disapprove donation for the fire dance, liquor license fees and insurance, Mr. Rush.
Yeah, so, last year, the city donated $7,500 to get the, fireman's dance or dance. They haven't had one in quite a long time, so we got that. And everything's paid, but, we got a liquor's license of $100 and insurance of $996. So, is the city council, willing to, make a donation to the fireman's dance of up to $1,100?
For the wishes of the council.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? I do have one that's related but unrelated. I talked to Mr. Soderholm, who's working with the dance. Would we like him, them, or somebody to come in and talk to us about this as well? Are there any questions that we want to talk to about the council or from the council? Or are we okay
I
with?
think it would be good to have them come in and present the plan that they have, and it just let us know how the event's gonna go down and an update on where they're at, and
Then, Chief, can you talk to him and let him know, let's do it for the next meeting here, which would.
what's the official date of the event?
August 20,
No, the official date of the event.
August 29th, I think it is.
Okay. I think we should start adding that to our announcements on our meeting agenda soon. Be read off at every meeting and start promoting it
Agreed.
on our end.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve the donation of the license fee and that. Any further discussion?
My further discussion is I think it's good for us to take responsibility of that insurance and that current license. Take ownership in it from the council level, since we're sanctioning this at our property.
It is a special rider from League of Minnesota Cities, so. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries. Letter F, discuss, approve, disapprove changing the fire department liaison to Scott Case. Mr. Rush sent me a text whatnot that says, "I'm pissed, brother. What are you doing?" So this has nothing to do with anything personal. This is just with the transitions and the things that we're having at the fire department at this point in time. I think moving forward, Mr. Case is going to be our resident expert in all things fire. I don't think Mr. Rush has done a poor job of anything as being the liaison to the fire department. But I'm thinking that at this point in time, he has told us he's not going to run, right? You have said you are not going to run.
Yeah, but this might have woken the giant.
Okay, well, then make that statement one of the way that, well, July 14th, whatever. Is when-
28th, you'll know.
So, all right, well then, if you're.
Well, no, just hold on, Mr. Mayor, if I may. Since, first of all, I know I texted you and you responded. I just didn't like how this was put on the agenda because courtesy would have called me if you didn't get a
And I
chance.
addressed that in my
Yep,
text.
even if we're busy, I would have tabled it because this is not a need right now, because I have still 6 months to serve my term if I decide not to run again. Because if I would have said, I want Jeff Holm to be the liaison for planning and zoning, I'm sure this would be a different story. But second of all, I'm going to remain the liaison. Third of all, Chief Case resigned from the fire department. He's obviously has an issue, personality issues, you call it, with the current chief. And he voted no for Robin to be accepted for the chief. So I think this will be adding more gas to the fire. So for that portion of it, he didn't want to help out any of the current administration with any of the calls or anything like that because of the personality conflict. And I think this will be more of him micromanaging the current administration. And also, the fire department morale is up over there now. So that's my 2 cents. If we were gonna go down this road, if I don't decide to run, I would go, whatever you guys want to do is up to you, because I won't be here. I think Mr. Walker would be a good choice for the fire department liaison. That's all I got to say, my 2 cents.
May I speak?
Wait.
This was not put on the agenda by me. I had no idea that it was going to be put on the agenda, okay? If you talk to the current administration over there, I have been helping them with some of the stuff and showing them how to do it. So it's not that I haven't been helping. I didn't like the process. That's done and over with. I got to say my vote, not personal at this point. I am for making sure this fire department succeeds in the future. Mr. Rush, I know you've been the liaison a long time. Just on a, do you believe that you understand the fire service better than I do?
No, I don't.
Okay, let me.
Okay.
So in a liaison, any liaison, you should have some ability to understand how the systems work, how things work over there. The first due that has come up. You have time to go in with these guys and go through the first due? I would be able to help with that. I don't have a problem doing that. I'm not saying that I'm just giving you the background. The fact is, the personality thing isn't the problem. It's looking at who is the best qualified to help out going long-term forward. You are going to be done. The transition, I'm going to be here for a couple more years. If we get somebody else in that's better qualified to be over there, they should be the liaison after the election. All I'm saying is that we should think about who has the best qualities, as in Al being the roads guy. He's done that kind of stuff. Jay's done the planning and zoning. What talents on this city council currently are there that I could attribute, help out? I certainly could help out there. Not saying I want to do it. I'm just saying this is the background that we as a city council need to think about.
And I think that will be, that decision will need to be discussed, who is in these chairs come
So
January 1st.
just
I'm
understand.
staying put. I've been the liaison 16 out of the 17 years I've served here.
Yeah.
And I've been through a lot of elections. Fed the stuff I want to hear and fed the stuff I don't want to hear. But I do have an open door policy with the firefighters. I have good communication. They trust in me, and I come here and I bring stuff to the board that I'm aware of. Some stuff I'm not aware of. So, because I haven't been told, but that's for the next city council. But for how this is put on there now is like, I'm being kicked out the door. And I'm telling you, and I was pissed, and I'm trying to be very professional right now and keep my cool. No Effenheimers, nothing like that. I'm very.
That's reserved for me.
Okay, I'm just trying to, I'm being professional. Because common courtesy was, if I would say, Jay, I gotta talk to you. I don't care how busy I am. This is an ideal of mine. I'm gonna say, hey, I think such and such should be on the planning commission. I just don't, even though you don't have time, you just don't, to me, you just don't throw on the agenda. This ain't a thing. We have a meeting in 2 weeks. You could have called me during the time and said, hey, this is what my approach is, and this is what I'm putting on the agenda. Because if you remember Frontier Trails, where I was researching about NSU, doing all this stuff, and there was a comment, Mr. Rush, if you want it, you can take it. I didn't know you want to run everything. Stepping over, stay in your lane, brother. So that's how I approached it.
Mr. Mayor,
Well, go ahead.
I got a couple things. I'm hearing this logic here. I think, let's see, I served on the county planning commission years ago representing Baldwin down at Sherburne. I've got a bachelor's degree in community development planning and minor in economics and a lot of kind. With that rationale, I guess I probably should be the liaison to the planning commission. What I'm hearing the argument, but I'm not, and you're doing a fine job, and I'm not asking to change that or whatever. And then there's another thing I want to bring up. I'm gonna invoke Frank. Do you remember Frank? Was he the president of the Snowmobile Club years ago?
There was a Frank that was.
There was a Frank, and he was the president, and then he wasn't the president. And he told us, he said he showed up to the meetings and he sat in the audience and he kept piping up and chiming in. And you used that analogy on me after my first term, after I was a board chair, and I might have spoke up to a couple things at a meeting, and you gave me this, hey, there was this Frank, we don't need a Frank here. And that's what I feel like if you put Mr. Case in the liaison position with the new leadership at the fire department, which he just made a public display of his displeasure with who has been elected by the firefighters as the new chief. That would be a Frank situation where now we've got an armchair quarterback in there. It'd almost be kind of like the Ron situation up in Princeton almost. That's what I kind of feel like too. So I don't think, it doesn't really sit very well. The way that he decided to up his retirement and resign, he got very petty at the end. Now he wants to have another finger in over there.
I had nothing.
I'd like to keep you out of there and separate you out of there. So anyways, I'll make a motion to disapprove changing the fire department liaison, and we're gonna leave it for the remainder of this term year or whatever as Tom Rush, and that's my motion.
I have one more comment.
Wait a minute, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion and second, what's your comment?
Mr. Walker and myself could theoretically be the only two people left on this board in November. So we have 3 new people. I'm just, whatever you want to do, I'm retired now, but whatever you want to do, I didn't put myself on this deal. I was not involved in it. You can make all this innuendos about me all you want. I'm still, my heart's for the fire department. I want the best for the fire department.
I'm looking out for the taxpayers here.
And that's part of the deal too. Look
There's more
out for
to
the
it than just
taxpayer.
this.
Anyway,
Further discussion? Yeah, gentlemen, wow, you've gone way deeper than I meant anything about that. Mr. Case has been on the fire department 20 years. Mr. Case was the chief for 9 years. Mr. Case has decided to retire. The ensuing retirement created, I'm not sure what happened behind the scenes. You two, both of you, have stated unequivocally that you're not going to be running again. I'm just taking stuff at face value. You know what I mean? If that's the case, then the person that makes sense, and now with the turmoil and things that seem to be happening or have happened at the fire department, whatever, what better person to be the direct contact between the council and the fire department, especially now we're coming into a budgeting year. I certainly hope you're not going to run Mr. Case out of being able to chat with the fire department about budgeting, how he did it, the things to look forward to, because he's been doing this for 9 years. And he said he's willing to do this. And also petty, I'm not sure petty is the truth there, because he had a retirement at some point in time that was actually the end of July, if we all remember this. And then what happened is everything got into such an upheaval there. He stepped up to the plate, as far as I'm concerned, and said, look, there's so much upheaval over my retirement at this point in time that I am doing no good here now. I'm going to up that up and speed that up and be done, because he doesn't want to see the demise happen. And that's what happened. And then, not only that, but we needed time to have an election, because there was going to be elections, whatever, to replace the people, to replace Mr. Case, and then other members moved as well, and that had to happen. And that election ultimately happened, whatever, and then it couldn't happen in the time frame that he had accelerated his retirement to. So we asked him, will you hang on so that our fire department's not running rudderless until the election, the day of the election? The reason that this is retroactive back to the 9th. And he said he would. So as far as being petty, as far as being he said, she said, what happened, whatever, if you want to be frank and you didn't hear it, then it didn't happen. That was also said as well, right? But at any rate, there it is. So this is it. This sure as heck is not going to be the hill I'm going to die on. If you don't want to make the change, whatever, that's fine.
Mr. Mayor.
Holy mac, nope, we have a motion and a second. All right, is there any further discussion?
I just want to say, I've been on this, you've been here 18 years, I've been here 17 years. When people get sworn in, we did it in March, the reorg, okay? So whatever decision, you got a candidate possibly in the audience who has very knowledgeable fire experience. So what I'm saying is, once I'm done, this new city council can make their own decisions of who the liaison is, who the park is. You know, I have parks, I have Second Contacts Road, me and Al work very close with roads. All this can be hashed out at that new city council member. We've never put this on here saying, geez, previous, Brad Schumacher's not running again, he didn't win. We want him 6 months down the road. So this the way it was presented and not discussed, I'm being very professional about this because it really upset me. It really did. And that's all I gotta say.
All right, well, we have a motion and a second to make no changes here. And at this point in time, if there's no more discussion, I'll entertain a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Aye. It would be 4-1. I think you said, oh, you abstained? You abstained.
no, I said I had nothing to do with it. I wasn't going to,
Did you vote up or down for the
I
change?
voted,
For that last motion, which
I
was no
voted
change?
for it to stay the same.
Stay the same. Okay, so that's 4-1. All right, motion carries. All right. All right, public comments. Are there any public comment crests filled out? Okay. Approval of the consent agenda.
Take a motion to approve the whole consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second it.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries. Planning items, discuss, approve, disapprove conditional use permit for Vertical Bridge, The Towers LLC at 28509 128th Street. Mr. Licht.
Thank you, Mayor. So Vertical Bridge is present this evening with a request to construct a 175-foot cellular tower on the property read off by the mayor. So under cellular towers are one of these unique areas where the federal government has stepped in and passed a law basically stating that the federal government will be responsible for the operational aspects of the towers. Cities may develop standards for zoning to regulate land use issues such as location, height, setback, separation from uses, et cetera. So that it kind of sets the parameters for what the city is reviewing with this request. Under the zoning ordinance, this property is zoned R1 General Rural District. The zoning ordinance sets up provisions for allowance of towers within the R1 district, stating that if it's on public property or existing structures, those can be processed administratively as permitted uses. Any tower that isn't meeting those circumstances is processed as a conditional use permit unless it falls into one of a number of prohibited categories. This was raised as a question at the Planning Commission meeting that staff had reviewed initially when the application came in. Talking with the applicant, they had also reviewed this prior to making their request. So the zoning ordinance defines a residential area where towers are prohibited from locating in. That's defined as an area of platted lots or parcels less than 10 acres with 24 homes that are within a quarter mile of a tower location. The analysis we had done initially identified 20 homes being within that quarter mile distance. We asked the developer to provide a map showing their analysis. That quarter mile distance identifies 19 existing homes within that area. They also, just as a precaution, had expanded their search area out to 3/10 of a mile, which added 2 more homes to the total. So there are a number of vacant lots within that quarter mile area that if somebody comes in to build a house on those, they can build within that quarter mile distance. This isn't a reciprocal setback that would prohibit anybody from using the property. If there are in the future then 24 homes within that quarter mile area, then this tower becomes non-conforming. It can continue as it was approved. They can have the 3 tower arrays or antenna arrays on it, but it couldn't be expanded or if it's destroyed, can't be replaced at that point. The second prohibition is that towers are prohibited within shoreland areas. That is defined as a 1,000-foot radius from the ordinary high water mark. You have Cantland Lake to the northeast of this site. We noted on our report that the shoreland overlay district boundaries aren't shown on the site plan. Our estimated distance from the tower location to the lake itself is 1,200 feet, but we did add a condition that they need to revise the site plan to show that overlay district boundary and comply with that requirement. Otherwise, towers, again, are allowed by conditional use permit. The extent of the city's discretion to review and approve this request is based on compliance with the standards set forth by the zoning ordinance. The first criteria is that the developer or applicant needs to demonstrate that they have a need for the tower in the area. They do this by providing a coverage analysis showing existing tower locations in the area, the services and the service capability from those tower locations to illustrate a gap in their service coverage. That analysis was provided showing that gap. Then they identify how placement of the proposed tower at this location satisfies that gap. That analysis is prepared by a licensed radio frequency engineer and is taken at value for their expertise in that field. There are requirements on location of the tower, being that it be in the rear yard of a property. This property is somewhat unique with what appears to be frontage both to 128th Street and 281st Street to the north. However, the property actually is separated from 128th Street by a parcel that's owned by Sherburne County, so it doesn't actually have frontage to that roadway. So the front of the lot is actually to the north. The location of the tower is behind the rear line of the home, so it is in the rear yard. There are setback requirements for the tower, being that the height, the tower needs to be set back the height of the tower plus 20 feet from any surrounding property or adjacent home. The site plan shows a 195-foot setback from the perimeter of this lot and that the tower and all the ground-mounted equipment are within that. There are also provisions related to screening of the ground-mounted equipment. We did comment that those need to be enhanced to provide more trees to fully screen that enclosure and all the ground-mounted equipment from view, both from public rights-of-way and adjacent properties. There are also provisions dealing with required insurance that is necessary to submit with application for a building permit. And then finally, the zoning ordinance provides that if for whatever reason this facility goes out of use, that the tower needs to be removed and all equipment taken from the property. So the public hearing was held to consider the request on January 24th. Alex Truman of Vertical Bridge was present at the meeting. There were a number of people present, more than that are here this evening, I would say. Many spoke to issues concerning operation of the tower as regulated by the FCC, potential impacts to property values, compatibility with surrounding land uses, and compliance with the zoning ordinance standards, which were both addressed by city staff and the applicant. After the Planning Commission's discussion, they did vote 5-1 to recommend approval. That approval was subject to initially 10 conditions. They added an additional condition requiring compliance with the residential area analysis, which again, we followed up on between the Planning Commission and this evening to verify. And then also again, noting that there is a condition included requiring that the tower be located more than 1,000 feet from the ordinary high water mark of Cantland Lake. So city staff has drafted a resolution for consideration by the city council this evening to approve the conditional use permit as recommended by the Planning Commission.
Questions from the council?
Mr. Mayor, I saw some emails we got. I just think this parcel 7 acres, thought it was 8 when I looked it up on Beacon, but I think 3, and most of these, this development's like 3 to 8 acres for property, maybe slightly under 10. I think a cell tower should be greater than that, put on property. More than 10, maybe 15 acres or more is what I'm, so that's why I was just
Mayor?
chiming in.
Yes. That is certainly a standard the city could adopt as part of its zoning ordinance. It's not a current standard of the zoning ordinance, so it'd be difficult to impose that on this application.
My 2 cents.
Questions? We do have the representative from Vertical Bridge here now. If you have any questions for him?
It was 5-1, Planning Commission voted to approve, correct?
Correct.
And they weighed in on all that. I know I got the emails too. I understand the concerns. But if it's a proper application and nothing in our ordinances are saying that it shouldn't be approved, I don't know where we come up with to say not to approve it, so.
Else?
I got one question. Is there some way that could be located in a different area than that close to a residential area like that?
Mayor? Yes. So the city basically has the opportunity before we receive an application to define what the standards are to allow the tower. Once those standards are set, the obligation is on the applicant to demonstrate that they meet those requirements. If they demonstrate they meet the requirements, then there's an expectation that the city will approve the permit. City can revisit the existing standards of the ordinance, which originally came from Sherburne County and were adopted by Baldwin Township, now City of Baldwin, and alter those standards so that a tower couldn't be located on a property like this. But the city cannot direct that the applicant look at a different property other than the one being proposed. You have to evaluate based on compliance with the zoning ordinance and the standards that are in place without kind of picking and choosing locations.
So it can't be moved then?
The city cannot require it to be moved to a different site unless it has basis within the existing regulations.
Anything else? Motion.
Was this map representing 1,000 feet?
Yes. No, that's a quarter mile.
Oh, okay. That's quarter mile.
I'll make a motion to,
Approve?
based on the planning commission's approval.
Second?
What happens if, after this is approved and it's installed and we go revisit our zoning and then we decide that it's not we change the parameters, then it becomes kind of non-conforming, and if it ever was out of operation, then it would be history.
Correct. Mayor, their approval would carry forward as it was approved under the current ordinances. Any change to the site has to comply with new regulations.
And anything re-upping this particular site?
Mayor, that's correct. Conditional use permits run with the property. So long as they construct what is shown on the plans, they have a right to that use once approved. It's not like an interim use permit that expires after a certain period of time or after a certain event.
Well, again, what I'm saying is, if this lease comes to the end of its term and/or the tower is defunct, taken down,
Yes.
it wouldn't be able to be put back under the old ordinances. Have to conform to them.
You are correct.
Is there a second? We have a motion.
We have a representative here. I wouldn't mind hearing the representative from the company explain why this tower is
Sure, if you
acceptable or a
would.
good thing, or whatever your
Part of the, part of what was in the packet and what was hoped to even be clarified a little bit more was the coverage area.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
What it actually looked like.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name's Alex Truman. I represent Vertical Bridge. So this entire project is being driven by the network demand of the users within the city of Baldwin. So we have seen an exponential growth in network demand over the years. Back in 2010, the average cell phone user used less than 500 megabytes of data a month. In 2026, that has grown to 25 gigabytes of data being used per month, with an outlook of that expanding to exceed 50 gigabytes of data by 2030. So to put that into perspective, if you equate that growth to like water usage, 2010, the average household used about 9,000 gallons of water. They'd be now just using under 900,000 gallons of water a month. So it's a huge increase in that network demand that is maximizing the capacity of the existing structures, which means to be able to provide the essential services that the network offers to the community, you have to be able to improve the infrastructure and to build and upgrade these sites to be able to provide that service. I believe there was a map of a part of the application or the packet here that, yep, that's proposed, and then one before is existing. Yep, so that map there is, depicts the current user connectivity with the network, what's what I'm looking for here, the network optimization, or the way the network is currently functioning. So every single dot on there represents data points. Those data points are taken of measurements over a period of time that reflect the network optimization and the way it's operating. So the big two items up there that you see is the areas in black and in red. So currently within those 4-mile radius of what this is depicting, you have about 60% of that coverage is operating at 105 dBMs with the decibel meters, which measures the network capacity, up to 115. So that is classified as being at critical network capacity. So once you get over that 115 number, which already 15% of the area in this coverage radius is at, that's when you get dropped calls, that's when you get no connectivity for internet, text messages don't go through. When that reaches 120, you will not be connected to the network at all. The network will not be able to handle that traffic. So with the massive increase in that data, you're seeing about 60% of that area exceeding that threshold within the next 3 years. So it's, like, again, I like to use the water analogy. It's like drilling one well and having one house, and it's great when there's only one house pulling water from that well. You connect 50 more houses and you up their usage exponentially, then there's no water going to any of the homes. So you have to be able to build out this critical infrastructure to be able to provide the services that, I mean, everyone in this room and everyone in the community rely on, from, the majority of emergency services, calls to, working from home to, school from home, et cetera. I mean, the applications are virtually endless. It's no longer, a luxury to have a cell phone. It's an integrated part, of our daily lives. That's truly is a necessity.
And then, do you know, or can you elaborate on how this particular site was picked? I mean, is this the only one available, or have you been looking everywhere else and this was the only one?
Correct. So there's a bunch of different factors that go. First and foremost, we need to find a location that can be integrated into the network to be able to provide that network, the improved network coverage and capacity. Second, we have to abide by the zoning regulations that are adopted by the city body themselves, right? So there's a plethora of different restrictions and requirements that are outlined in the code that restrict our ability to select parcels. Once we find parcels that meet those zoning criteria, we have to make sure they're buildable. So that means we have to make sure we comply with federal and state laws in regards to, animal wildlife input, Native American preservation, historic preservation, wetland preservation, floodplains, those sort of things. And then finally, we need to be able to find someone who's willing to lease the land, right? We can't force anybody to give us land or to use their land. So there's a multitude of items that need to come together in a kind of a perfect, not trifecta, but in a perfect scenario to be able to find that location. And that's how locations are selected.
Thank you.
Your liaison to the planning commission, can you speak to other comments that you might have heard at that?
There were several. And nobody was for it. Everybody was against it. They had health concerns, they had unsightliness of the tower being there. They had property value reduction concerns. And Mr. Licht, if you would elaborate on where we stand, property value, if you would.
Thank you, Mayor. So it's in the updated memo of the council that this was raised as an issue. Generally, and if you read through the zoning ordinance, all the criteria for conditional use permits, there's no reference to impacts to property values considered. Property values is one of the most inexact sciences there is. You can have licensed appraisers that evaluate property values and changes because of developments and come to substantially different conclusions as to the outcome of those analyses. From a general standpoint, you have to assume that the city has set up a zoning district that allows different uses within that area, either as permitted uses or as conditional uses subject to various performance standards. The expectation must be taken into consideration that any of those uses could develop in any time within that zoning district, provided it complies with the zoning ordinance. So that has to be factored into any evaluation of property values. That is why the city does not consider impacts to property values as a land use criteria.
Mr. Mayor? So how this vote goes down tonight, I'm not for it. But I would recommend looking at revisiting this to have this more acreage than what we adopted from the Sherburne County, because I just think it's an eyesore and it should be.
I think just trying to cram it into an established neighborhood already, and
Mayor.
I don't think it's the right place to be. There's gotta be a different place to put it.
Just one comment. We're getting less and less of these larger lots as a 7-acre lot. There or 7 or 8 acres or whatever it is. Those lots are becoming fewer and fewer and scarcer and that kind of thing. I grew up on a farm, and it's like, if I wanted to lease my land to somebody to do something, if they wanted to raise pigs or whatever, why can't I do that? That's basically what this person's doing, he's leasing it to them to do something, not creating any smells, it's just an eyesore. I think a person has a right to, if he wants to lease his land to something like this that doesn't create noise, doesn't do anything like that, other than there's a tower there. That's my opinion on it.
Mayor, I think this is the second tower application that the city has processed since assuming authority for planning and zoning. One was on an 80-acre parcel, sparsely populated area, no issues. This one, when we're doing the analysis of it, brought up a number of issues, a lot of them to do with the way Sherburne County's ordinance was originally written. Again, we haven't revised this since assuming responsibility for zoning. Discussed this with the mayor, I've discussed it with other people that I spoke to with comments regarding this, that there are things that could be changed in this to make it much more clear. The intent of the ordinance as written is not to allow these antennas into residential areas. I think the way it's structured isn't quite exactly the way it needs to be to accomplish that. So an update of this by the Planning Commission would be an appropriate step.
Thank you for the clarification.
There's a second. I will second it. And I'll second it for the reasons about the state. We, if we want to change the ordinances, we can change them. That's fine, that's great. I'm all for that. I don't disagree with the fact that it should not be, there may be a better area for this to be. But right now, the way the ordinances are written, all of the criteria, I totally understand that the people don't want it. I totally understand this. Right? The residents around the area do not want this. They have made that very, very clear. Right? But as our ordinances are written, everything fits the ordinances into making it allowable. A person wants to lease their land, a company wants to do it. All of the zoning rules and regulations and everything that we have at our purview to deal with right now, the way they are written, says that it's allowable. I think technically, if we don't vote for it at this point in time, we would be breaking the law. Because if it came down to it, and there was a lawsuit, a judge would be looking at that and say, you can't go against your own ordinances for personal issues. Now, there's a way to deal with this, right? If we take a look at this and we say, hey, we want to change them to whatever this is, more clear, more robust, defining where the areas are, then we can thwart this in the future. But right now, the way it stands, Dan, check me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if we legally put the brakes on this.
Here, I'm not the city attorney, so I'm not going to give legal advice, but my professional recommendation, 30 years of planning experience, is that the city does not have a basis to deny this.
And so if we did that, and if the people are unhappy with an upvote tonight, and they want to bring this on, they have the ability to hire attorneys, bring this back to us or the developer. Vertical Bridge at this point in time, to go against that, or the landowner himself. I mean, that kind of a thing. But there is a way to, if they chose to do that, at their expense, I might add, you know what I mean, to be able to fight this and either slow it down, stop it, or if nothing else, ultimately, I think if we brought this to fruition, it would go to a judge. And a judge would say, here's what the zoning issues are, black and white. Choices.
Mr. Mayor, can we table this to next meeting to Mr. Rupie?
No, because everything here is set up already to prove it through the ordinances that we have. We can rewrite our ordinances, but it's already too late for us to rewrite our ordinances for this particular issue. Unfortunately, these are the cards that we have dealt with. I would suggest, from your behest, to immediately instruct the Planning Commission to take a look at our rules and regulations and the zoning for that, then rewrite this to something that would be more palatable for everybody.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Licht, what is the history on this lot, on how it became a lot of that size.
Mr. Chair, we didn't review into how the lot came to be.
Well, was it a simple plat at one point at some time? Because I mean, the definition here, residential, shall include all platted land and land which has been legally subdivided into tracts less than 10 acres for the purpose of residential use. It's talking about where you're prohibiting towers.
Mhm.
It possibly was a simple plat back in the 70s or 80s.
Mr. Chair, so that's the provision dealing with defining a residential area. It doesn't preclude a tower from being on a parcel less than 10 acres or on a platted lot.
It just says, I'm reading on the bottom of page 2 here, section 900-27-7.A.3, zoning ordinance prohibits towers within platted lots or residential areas defined by section 900-2-2 of the zoning ordinance. Then the next paragraph or subparagraph there refers to residential areas and mentions tracts less than 10 acres in there. Looking for clarity in what's written there.
Mayor, this is one of the issues that I discussed with the mayor while he had his phone to somebody calling with concerns about this. The issue is in the way the definition section is written for residential area. Scrolling to get it here.
When we had other discussions about larger than class 5 vehicles parked in residential lots, it seemed that the whole city was defined as residential. Mostly, basically an R1.
Mayor, this is a specific definition related to towers that
Okay.
Sherburne County included in their ordinance. So the parking provision pertaining to residential uses generally, this is a specific definition that says, specific definition that says residential area shall include all platted land and land which has been legally subdivided into tracts less than 10 acres for the purpose of residential use, comma, where there are 24 homes or more within a quarter-mile radius of the proposed tower site. So our interpretation of this is it's platted land and land which has been legally subdivided that are both less than 10 acres in area, intended for residential use, and there are 24 or more homes within that quarter-mile distance of the tower site, not just the property itself. So I've already started revising that definition.
I think that definition could have used that as one is one statement and the other as or instead of where.
The comma separates the two clauses, so it's the 24 homes that are within the quarter mile.
And what is the count currently of?
19 homes.
How many vacant lots are there?
I don't know the number of vacant lots.
Does anybody know the number of vacant lots?
There's at least 2.
Mayor, the number of vacant lots isn't relevant based on the definition included in the zoning ordinance.
Motion and a second.
And what about the ability to, can you have a specifically exercise a moratorium on that precise part of our zoning ordinance?
Mr. Chair, it wouldn't preclude the current application.
Okay.
One thing I think we can all agree, and the residents that I have spoken to, clarity needs to be put to this whole thing. There are several things and several areas here that need to be. Again, remember, this is something that we copied, paste, but we had no choice as a township to adopt that ordinance from the. So this is what's happening in the rest of the areas of the county. Good, right, wrong, or indifferent, and if we want to change it, I think we have. But I seconded this motion. Right now, with the rules and regulations, the way they're written, if the people want to challenge our interpretation of these, they have the ability to do that. It would be total, I can't give them advice, I can't give them, discretion of any kind, whatever, but if they decided they wanted to do that, they could still do that.
And
I think it should be changed.
another question is, you've been doing the planning and zoning for
Since 2001, actually.
what, for us. So I think this has probably been the biggest naysay, right? Of people who came to public forum and voiced their opinion, correct?
Mayor, I'd agree with that. This has been the most controversial item we've had.
Okay.
Correct.
So that's why I understand the ordinance, the way it's written right now. I think it needs to be changed, but I just can't.
I would agree with that it needs to be changed.
And nothing against the applicant or nothing.
No, and
Nothing.
again,
Cell tower, I
absolutely understand that the people are against it. You guys have been heard, trust me. You know what I mean? But what we have to deal with is the ordinances, the way they're written. Ciphering of these says that everything fits the criteria to authorize conditional use. Now, do we want to change this? I would suggest we have that long discussion. That's a different discussion. You know what I mean? We all agree that changes can be made. But right now, in my opinion, I don't believe we have, even as a council, the authority to not approve this. We just don't. Our hands are tied.
Your hands are tied when you have denied it, and then they sue, and then they get a court order, and they come back, and that's when your hands are tied. So don't say our hands are tied at the moment. They're not tied. It's interpretation. It's what we decide we want to do. It may be the wrong decision, but.
And I'm talking about trying to keep the city, quote, out of harm's way, if you will.
Here, so our role as city planner is to administer the zoning ordinance on behalf of the city. We don't advocate for developers. We review their requests as presented against the ordinances that are in place and provide recommendation to the city council and planning commission as to the appropriate courses of action. We understand that there's opposition to this. We received questions from city officials and planning commission members, and we've reviewed whether there are or would be reasonable basis to deny the application. We don't believe there is one because it fully complies with the provisions of the zoning ordinance. As I said, when the question came up about the residential area analysis, I had done a preliminary look at that the same way as looking at the prohibition on shoreland areas. Contacted the developer. They, as part of their due diligence, had already done the analysis. So I don't think this application would be in front of you if they didn't comply, if they didn't believe it complied with the ordinance. Now, we've written the conditions. It still includes the requirement that they have to comply with the residential area analysis. Again, our interpretation is that it does. Same with the provisions for the shoreland ordinance.
Any further discussion?
Hold on a minute here.
Start discussing. It's a tough call. It's a very.
It is, and I don't want you to call the question yet.
What were the regulations? It's in the rear of the property.
Correct.
And there's gonna be trees and everything else.
Correct.
I mean, you can, there's like 7 of them or 10 of them, right?
Go.
No, not a problem.
that direction. This is the Sherburne County parcel. The house's driveway is out to house's address from that street. The house is here, rear yard is defined as this line. Tower here is. We do have to plant trees at the perimeter of the enclosure. That's also surrounded by a 6-foot tall fence with 7-foot arms. Ask that the landscape plan be revised as a condition of approval to provide evergreen trees every 25 feet on center so that they'll fill in and completely obscure the ground mounted equipment. Obviously, there isn't much you can do to screen a 175-foot tower, which is also dependent on clear visibility for effectiveness. But the requirement in the ordinance is screening at ground level. There's also significant trees that you can somewhat see on the site that also aid in screening the property.
Well, there's a tower in the back of Marv's next to more than 25 homes back there. I don't know how many homes are around this tower. You didn't happen to do an analysis of that, comparing it, I believe. We had a map on here somewhere showing the other towers located in the community. Did we?
Mayor, it's on the first page of the coverage analysis, I believe. That one. Mr. Truman can speak to this.
Yep, so it is always the priority of Verizon to co-locate on existing structures whenever possible, to be able to integrate into the community to the best of their ability. There's those structures to the north, east, south, and west. They already have equipment located on that tower, and with all of the equipment on those towers, they still cannot get the adequate coverage and capacity that your residents are needing to be able to use their devices.
If this tower is approved and you put the infrastructure on it, how long is that even gonna achieve the coverage that Verizon is looking for?
It is. So there should be a second page to that map that was provided in the packet that will show the proposed coverage. So you see the significant increase in those metric numbers that are provided. So yes, absolutely yes. And then you also have a thing that we call, it's kind of an off-shed improvement, is that right now, all the towers that are on the existing macro tower sites are being overloaded. So this tower will offload a lot of their capacity, which also spreads the improvement in coverage and capacity to the other communities where those towers are. So the true goal is to build the least amount of towers possible in a community to achieve the coverage that is being required by your residents.
Mr. Mayor, the only unfortunate thing is there's large tracts closer to the highway, further away from houses that would have been more palatable than one, the one you're asking for. So just observation.
How did we get to this one,
Yeah, so the way we got to it is, like I explained earlier, is that we need to have a tower that's located in a prime spot that is able to meet the network goals. So I kind of equate it to like a handshake. If you're too close, it doesn't work. If you're too far away, it doesn't work. So the radio frequency engineers provide a radius of where that tower needs to be, and that's where we conduct our search in. But within that search, we have to first make sure that any possible parcel is compliant with the zoning requirements that are established by this jurisdiction. And then once we review that, we need to review the parcel to be compliant at federal and state level for buildability, which is environmental, historic, preservation, wetlands, wildlife, etc. And then after that, we need to be able to identify a property owner who's willing to lease. We can't force people to lease. So we can't take land, we can't force people to give us their land. So there's a trifecta that needs to be met in order to get a site selected, and that's how this site was selected.
Mr. Mayor, I understand Dan gave us his opinion, but why can't this be, we've heard great discussion here. pros, the cons, everything like this. Well, why can't we just ask Mr. Rupee for his legal advice? Just table it to the 15th.
For 60-day rule.
Mayor?
Yes.
So there is, by Minnesota statute, cities have to act on a request within 60 days after receiving a complete application. There is the ability to extend that an additional 60 days. We've already extended it because of the public hearing schedule. The current deadline for city council action would be August 28th, so the council could table this to the July 15th meeting to have the city attorney offer his opinion on the application.
I mean, I just like to hear Bob's opinion, he's our attorney. And like I said, I got nothing against the cell tower, nothing like that. I just want,
What portion of the code do you think we don't meet that would need legal analysis?
I just want to hear our attorney. It sounds to me you meet the code, but I think our thing needs to be changed. Our policy. I just don't think this fits the rural character, but I understand the ordinance is the ordinances right now.
One question maybe for Mr. Lick. So.
You met the ordinance.
And.
I just want to hear from.
Which is all he had to do once. So in other words, if we table this for the attorney's opinion, I don't have a problem doing that. But if we do that, number one, there would be no chance that we would be able to install it until we changed the ordinance to tell them no, that it couldn't happen.
No, I understand that.
This whole thing is already in the works.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
the only thing that, the value that I see Bob bringing this is legal opinion on the interpretation of the way the language is written in the definitions to the ordinance. That's the only thing we'd be doing is getting his opinion and using that opinion to direct us on what we're either obligated to do because of the application they made, or we take an interpretation that we believe says otherwise. So, but it would be nice to have his opinion. It's unfortunate he's not here tonight, but to save money, we have him coming once a month. That's why he's, drumming up work last time, looking for things to do. Half a budget he had last year. But anyways, that's not here there.
So another thing then to discuss, I think, part of the change would be send this for that opinion, so that we don't end up putting this off another several weeks.
I would like him to come into if we did table it, I would want him to be alerted immediately and prepare and come prepared to speak to the situation that the July 15th meeting, is that the date? The July 15th meeting, to give us clarity on the interpretation. Then we would be left with enough information that night to make an informed decision.
Legally, although you're not an attorney, we have the ability to put this
Yes, it's
Because
within
the
the
second
60
60 days is not expired till.
case. Rescind your motion or change it to tabling this for legal.
There's a consensus seems to be to have the attorney look at it. I'm willing to table it to the 15th.
Take that as a friend. That gentleman,
Yes, sir.
further discussion.
For the applicant, this is so we're doing our due diligence. We're not saying you're right or wrong. We just want to get our opinion from our attorney.
Understood. Is there any additional information that you need from us in order to aid in that review?
If we need it, you will be requested that either from Mr. Licht or our attorney.
Understood? Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for
Further
coming
discussion
in.
on this, gentlemen? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries. But thank you. All right, letter B, discuss, approve, disapprove Dvorak variance at 28506 97th Street.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a proposal for expansion of an existing residence, lakeshore lot along Sandy Lake, I believe. This lot was platted in 1955, and the house is 960 square feet. It was also built in 1955. The applicant presented a number of options for how they'd like to expand the house. One of them requires consideration of the variance application that's before you. That improvement plan involves removal of the existing detached garage on the property that is sitting less than 5 feet back from the right-of-way, and that's at the face of the garage, so there's no direct access to the garage with an apron in front of it before entering the public right-of-way. Removal of another pump house structure, and then construction of a new attached garage onto the house that would encroach within the 50-foot setback from 97th Street. The other benefit of the changes to the site plan is they propose on removing a number of other impervious surfaces, reducing the total amount of impervious surface, but it's still over the 25% allowed. But because it's a reduction, doesn't require specific variance. So it's the attached garage that's driving the need for this variance. City staff's opinion is that removal of the garage that's directly at the property line in favor of an attached structure that provides a 20-foot apron for parking off of the street is a benefit to the property and reduces the non-conforming condition. Planning Commission held a public hearing June 24th to consider the application. There was one person, adjacent property owner to the east that spoke, or excuse me, to the north that spoke. Their question was basically whether the expansion would encroach closer to their house than the existing. The response is no, it does not. After that was addressed, the public hearing was closed. The Planning Commission agreed with the recommendations of staff that the changes improve the conditions of the property. So they voted to approve the variance, or recommend approval of the variance application subject to 4 conditions. City staff has drafted a resolution reflecting the recommendations of the Planning Commission for your consideration this evening.
I will make a motion to approve.
I'll second that. Motion and second. Any further discussion?
There used to be a Klein place. Never mind. Doing the Lester move
Any
there.
further discussion? Hearing none,
History.
all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, letter C, discuss, approve, disapprove the Cohen variance, 14203, 280, oh, wait a minute, let me do this. All right, letter C, discuss, approve, disapprove Cohen variance, 14203, 285th Street. Mr. Licht.
Thank you, Mayor. The Cohens are here this evening representing their request for redevelopment of this lot on Elk Lake. This is an entire redevelopment and removal of an existing single-family dwelling to construct a new single-family dwelling on the property. The lots was platted in 1955. It is non-conforming due to lot area, lot width, and lot depth. It's basically the size of a small urban lot, characteristic of the lot surrounding that side of the lake. So the proposed home requires variances from the front yard setback, setback from the ordinary high water level, side yard setback, septic system setback, impervious surface, and also temporary use of a holding tank because of a shallow well on the adjacent property. Planning Commission held their public hearing to consider the application on June 24th. The applicant described how they came to design the home to fit on the property as best they could in consideration of the lot conditions. The Planning Commission had no concerns with regards to the front setback of 20 feet from the front lot line. Again, it provides an adequate apron for parking a vehicle off the street. There's also no concern about the setback to the ordinary high water mark of the lake. It's still greater than that of the other homes on the lot adjacent to that side of the lake. And also, it's far enough back that it provides some flexibility to shift the house potentially closer to the lake to increase the setback from the septic holding tank. The holding tank issue was addressed by Shane Steinbrecher, their septic designer. Basically, because of the shallow well on the property, there is no ability to put a septic drain field onto this property and comply with Department of Health rules for separation from wells. So a variance is necessary to have any use of the property. Once that shallow well is redeveloped, likely with a change in use of or ownership of the adjacent property or any building permit being issued for that property, the developer or the property owner would be required to install a drain field at that point. which would be between the holding tank and the right-of-way. The city has also approved variances for that location in the past. The city's gone so far because of the non-conforming nature of these lots to approve septic drain fields in the right-of-way to ensure septic systems for these properties. Where the planning commission split in review of the application was on the 7-foot side yard setbacks that's being proposed. Again, the explanation of the house design persuaded 3 of the members to support their request. They recognize that the 50-foot wide lot limits the ability to accommodate a house and that a 7-foot side yard setback is adequate in that context. 3 others support the continuation and upholding of the required 10-foot side yard setback, indicating that in order to maintain separation from adjacent properties, that side yard setback needs to be maintained and the house designed to fit that. So a motion was made to recommend approval of the variance but failed on a 3-3 vote. So you have no recommendation from the Planning Commission. City staff drafted a resolution for approval by the City Council for consideration this evening. That would be subject to 5 conditions. We did include additional provisions that have been discussed by the Planning Commission related to use of the temporary holding tank, requiring a maintenance plan, installation of an exterior alarm for high levels, and then also termination of use of a holding tank once the health regulations can be complied with.
And what is the separation in your high density?
Mayor, so cities like Otsego allow 50-foot wide lots with 7-foot side yard setbacks for single-family dwellings.
Okay.
I bring to our attention an interesting concept here. This did come as a 3-3. So the motion was made as for approval and seconded at the Planning Commission's approval, but it failed for a tie vote.
And we had an empty seat.
We had an empty seat. No. We had a filled seat, but one of the commissioners was absent, was not able to make it that night.
Whatever.
And so it just an interesting anomaly that we didn't have a full seating of the commission. Hence came
Well, in my opinion, it's a difficult challenging place to redevelop. We have a party that's willing to make a significant investment in that lot, something that's a great improvement. Took a lot of things in consideration. I'll make a motion to approve.
there a second.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? The discussion around the planning commission for those who were against it was, right now our setbacks are 10 feet. Good, bad, indifferent, right, wrong, they're 10 feet at this point. Everybody understands that, especially in and around the lakes and things like that. Running homes and things like that. And we're making amends and this happens. But there is a possibility of them reducing the size of the house. It's not what they want. It'll make it a very different place than what they're expecting to, or hoping to put there, if you will. But it would be usable with a smaller footprint and then be within the ordinance. It would be a much, much smaller place, but it is doable. And so the 3 that voted against it, their opinions were, this is a want. I want to clarify, that was their opinion at the time. Remember, the motion was to approve, and 3 members were against it.
Question. Can we craft zoning for these shoreline districts that we could revamp that side setback just for lake developments?
Mayor, we'd need to double check and make sure that the side yard setback isn't included as part of the DNR shoreline model ordinance. Typically what they want to do is create separation so that you don't crowd houses along the lake shore. That's something we can review, contact the Department of Natural Resources hydrologist and see.
By having 50-foot lot, you've kind of already set the density. Now it's just a matter of separation between the structures, whether, for safety, so to speak, or whatever, but I had just pointed out that they're much closer in high density or residential.
So the lots are both narrower and they're not as deep. So in terms of, trying to get equipment or fire hoses between and around, you're not dealing with the same distances involved. So that's why narrower urban lots typically have smaller setbacks such as this. And yes, it would be more characteristic of these areas, and it would avoid the need for property owners to have to request laundry lists of variances.
So I would like to have the planning commission review DNR standards and see if this is something we want to think about making a change. I don't think this is a bad thing. I don't think this variance that we're approving tonight is a bad thing. I think it just gives us more flexibility and more options to get some of these places replaced and get a higher value, higher best use on the little lake shore we have in this community.
So, and that would be, I mean, if the DNR has regulations, we can't, we would be.
Correct.
But if they don't have that in the stipulation, that would be something that.
Correct.
You know what I mean? And the other part of that too is, when we start talking about like a 7-foot setback, you know what I mean? You're not hardly even gonna be able to drive a car back. Emergency vehicles. These.
The topography there ain't gonna allow you to drive back there anyways.
This won't be the first one that would be approved. And it most certainly probably won't be the last. They're anomalies. I think that changing the ordinance and doing those kind of things, while it would make a better convenience, you know what I mean, to understand that this is happening. And to have that as a standard, hey, we want to maintain 10 foot. That as a standard. That's going to drive people into doing the right things, or at least trying to, and where they're possible, that's what's going to reduce it to 7 foot. Then we get to the 7 foot. Now somebody's going to come in and say, you know what I mean? We really needed 3 feet. You said 7. I mean, we're seeing the creep happen, and we're allowing it to happen. Not a bad thing, you know what I mean? But at some point in time, I think we need to. And I'm purposely not talking to you, or I don't mean to, God.
I'm not offended.
That sounded terrible. I didn't mean.
No, thank you, Mayor, thank you, City Council, thank you, Planner, I'm not offended.
If you guys have questions for you, then absolutely, that's.
Mr. Mayor, especially in the older urban areas, 7-foot setback would be wonderful because a lot of them are 4 feet. I mean, for the firefighters, or as you mentioned, but 7 feet on one side, it's also 7 feet on the other side. That would give a 14-foot spread between there, correct?
Correct.
If it's a 14-foot spread between there for emergency purposes, that shouldn't be a problem. It's the 4-foot spread that makes.
Right, well, and this.
And I agree with you that, if we can just do variances on that and make that work that way.
Well, and so that we have some idea, number one, that it's going on, number two. Also too, I think the last one that you guys approved, and I say you guys, came to you from a 3-3 split decision. But that was a recommendation. Did it anyway, right? You know what I mean? So it's your purview to do that. That's 6 foot. But I mean, when we think about 6 foot now, technically, I couldn't even get my lawnmower past my house without going on the neighbor's property with a 6 foot. So twofold in telling you this. Number one, you guys have already approved, this council has already approved a smaller setback than what they're asking for. But I'm not sure that it would be a wise thing to just change it to something smaller. So now I will, if you have anything that you want to add or say.
Yeah, we just wanted to add, since going through this process, it looks like there are some other alternatives that maybe we didn't think of because we don't have as much experience on this as you guys do. But there was the discussion about maybe just having more setback on one side and not so much on the other. So we looked at possibly an alternative to shift from the east to the west, or maybe even shift a little bit to the lake. The other scenario was maybe squeeze one side, so that there'd be more room on one side of it, instead of shifting it, squeeze one side, and then expand it towards the lake. So give up some on the side and expand it to the lake. One of the things that we looked at when we were developing this is we wanted to make sure that it included a single garage, because that'll help with the parking situation that always occurs at the lakes, right? We wanted to make sure that it had 2 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms. So in looking at the whole thing, we eventually had to move, we needed to move the main bedroom upstairs. So there we wanted to actually say, okay, if we're moving the bedrooms upstairs, we want to make sure that there's a way to deal with wheelchairs now and into the future. So the opening coming into the entryway is a little bit wider than what normally would go in, because we want to have that flexibility for wheelchair accessibility. So we personally feel that there's probably 3 different alternatives here. One that's presented, one that could shift it over from the east to the west, leaving a little bit more room on the east side, and one that could, and possibly shift it forward to the lake. So the original would be one option, shifting it would be another option, or the last option would be squeezing it a little bit on one side and pushing it, proposing to expand it out to the lake. So we are not here hard fast on one or the other. We just want to look at rebuilding it, because we looked at actually remodeling it and renovating it, and both of those options, if anybody's ever driven by the place, they'll know that both of those options would be almost impossible.
Mr. Mayor? The shifting to the side, does that change the setback on the other side significantly?
Yeah, squeezing would not, but shifting would. So on the west side, it looks like it could be maybe 5 feet, and then that would bring it to 9 feet on the east side.
I wouldn't be,
Yeah.
I don't want to do that.
The other choice would be to squeeze it, so you'd have 7 feet on one side and 10 on the other, and then go out maybe 6, 7 feet or 10 feet forward to the lake.
And Mr. Licht, as I recall with the planning commission, these scenarios were put forth.
No, these are all.
They were put forth
Oh.
as possible options, but the one that's in front of us is the one that, the original one that you would like us to look at.
Well, I don't.
Hence why we don't have that, because I know that there was discussion about bringing that towards the lake. There would be the ability to do that.
Correct.
So, but I mean, right now, at this, what you're looking for, the trade, or put in front of us at this moment, is the one that you would like to do.
That was the original development plan, to maximize the use without going too close to the lake. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't use 60-inch zero turns up at the lake. Usually it's a push mower, just saying. You wanna come up, bring your deal up, you'll only be able to do part of the place.
72, but whatever there is.
Well, and with this, you're probably not even gonna be using a push mower because of the slope that goes down to the front, which is why we didn't wanna keep going further forward to the lake, because it slopes off pretty quickly.
Which where I said the topography, you're not driving a vehicle back there anyway.
Yeah.
Services do, but.
Go in the front
They
door.
come in on helicopter by rope and.
Well, and
Hut.
Pontoon or
I'm
something.
thinking docks and those kind of things that ultimately would be delivered by the lakeside or whatever.
Bring them on a barge.
So what are the wishes of the council?
I think we already made a motion and it was seconded
It was.
to approve.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, letter D, discuss, approve, disapprove resolution 2619, adopting a comprehensive plan update. Mr. Licht.
Thank you, Mayor. I skipped ahead to code enforcement.
Code enforcement.
So, Planning Commission has been wanting to work on the comprehensive plan since the day I started here. They were told to hold off until the incorporation process was complete. Once that started, or was decided, they moved forward. Basically, every special meeting that they had was devoted to discussion of the comprehensive plan, driven largely by Mr. Marshall, insisting that there was always business to discuss and to move forward. As part of this process, what we did was recycle the analysis that had been done for the incorporation effort to form the background information and inventory of existing conditions. The Planning Commission did a work session basically over several months, identifying strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities and threats to summarize major issues that needed to be addressed by the city through its comprehensive plan. The goal, of course, through this effort is to establish a long-term vision for the city. The first part of that process is really working on defining goals and policies that lay that out in kind of a generalized word form. Goals are what you want to have happen, policies are how you get there. Those then form the framework for the maps and the text and everything that everyone refers to as, well, that's planned for commercial and that's guided for industrial, et cetera. So this is basically an update of the 2014 community plan. It draws heavily over the community input from incorporation. The city council did adopt a moratorium to allow for this process to go forward. That moratorium expired in April. Again, the planning commission working on this over 3 years, it was really 2 different planning commissions working on this because of the changeover in membership. But there was great continuity and thought and as to the direction for the city to carry forward. That culminated in a public hearing that was held at their meeting on June 24th to recommend approval of the document that you have in your packet. I would tell you that the Planning Commission, in reviewing this, read every page, every word of this document, each taking turns at the special meetings so that there was certain understanding of what was included, lots of discussion about what each phrase or provision of this document means for Baldwin going forward. So this is really a community-generated plan, not something that, as Mr. Marshall was concerned, some planner was going to write up and shove down their throat. Major issues that are incorporated as part of the plan include preserving Baldwin's community identity and rural character. I mean, that is first and foremost through every portion and every discussion the Planning Commission and City Council have. That needs to be accomplished through growth management, defining the amount of growth that's going to happen in Baldwin and how to handle it in terms of services and infrastructure. Incorporation addressed the major need to have economic development to expand tax base and add employment. Housing will continue to be only single family, owing primarily to lack of utility services to support higher density forms of housing, but there is interest in discussing generational type housing arrangements within that context. And then supporting systems for transportation, community facilities, and eventually parks and open space through the park committee. Basically, the forecast is for continued growth at the current rate of about 28 to 34 homes a year that would lead to a population just over 9,000 by 2040. So not significant growth rate, but again, it's still likely faster than the growth that's occurring in Princeton, Zimmerman, or the surrounding townships. That's likely to potentially increase due to the improvements on 169 that will continue to draw people over. I think, as Vertical Bridge stated during their presentation, you're seeing demand in cell service because of people working at home and using those signals for that purpose. So in terms of looking at land uses, again, continuing basically the policies that have been in place as Baldwin Township under Sherburne County, maximum 2.5 dwelling units per acre, single-family homes only. Rural residential is going to be the primary form of land use within the city, where you have existing parcels that are less than 10 acres in area, currently 34% of the area of the city. The future land use area, all areas designated for rural use are still 90% of the total land use. There are specific areas identified for future commercial and industrial. They're located in 3 basically nodes along 169. The prior plan had identified commercial and industrial basically as the entire corridor, which really isn't viable from a market or access standpoint. So rather than generalize that way, focus efforts on the interchanges at County Road 9, 38, and then up at the Princeton interchanges as well. Future industrial expansion extending west of the existing area, west of 169, all the way to Blue Hill Township surrounding the Princeton Airport. That area basically was planned for industrial development as part of the prior comprehensive plan. It was shown by Sherburne County as a future urban expansion area for the city of Princeton. When Baldwin assumed responsibility for zoning, we made that disappear prior to incorporation so as to not to highlight it. And now we're basically putting that back on the map. Transportation, this existing roadway network, in terms of the corridors, is good for access and circulation throughout the city and reaching 169 and destinations beyond. So no major changes to that. It's mainly focusing on the need for improvements and upgrades of the existing system and continued work with Sherburne County and Minnesota Department of Transportation on access to that. There were no comments at the public hearing, and that public hearing was closed. The Planning Commission, after their extensive discussions, had no further comments. I'm pretty sure they were exhausted from reading about it at this point. So they voted unanimously to recommend approval. City staff drafted Resolution 26-19 approving the comprehensive plan as presented.
So I see you must have taken, hold back your.
Kayla, can you turn that? There we go.
Like me at the.
Is that why you didn't take it all the way?
Part of it was, yeah, we kept the shoreland district because there's a 25% impervious limit within that shoreland district that makes commercial difficult.
Two questions. In a prior the taxation thing, that far northwest corner, the 40 acres has been put in the Minnesota where you can't do anything with it. Should that even be under industrial because of that?
Mayor, so that you can remove property from that program. And since this is a long-term vision for the city, this reserves it for that purpose, should the property owner choose to remove it from that program.
Okay, I know it's a tough deal to pull it out of that. That's my question, because there's 40 acres, that's.
Which program is it in?
Agricultural preserves.
Yeah, you put it in there, you can't put more, on 40 acres, you can put a house on 4 acres. The rest has to stay undeveloped. And that was my question.
Mayor, there's I'm not exactly, can't think of it off the top of my head, but there's a trigger where the property owner can submit their intent to remove it. And then there's a period that they have to wait number of years before it comes out.
Because this guy's dad had put it in there and he came in to get his value reduced. Couldn't do anything because what you did to the property is nothing that we can do.
Mayor, we dealt with properties like this in the city of Lakeville that were put into that program in the 70s. They're still in that program and just coming out probably in the next 10 years.
Okay, I just.
We always planned it for urban use eventually because it's going to happen at some point.
Okay.
So we're reserving the city's right. One of the things the Planning Commission really focused on is that to set this up, that especially for the properties guided for commercial and industrial, to not preclude them from some type of continued rural use until there is market or interest in developing a commercial or industrial use, so that they're not bound to what they've got today for the next 20 plus years, but do have some flexibility to potentially develop not quite at 2.5 units an acre, but could still subdivide some property off.
The second question I had was, you said everybody looked at this, put eyes on it?
Mayor, the Planning Commission literally read every page, every word.
The third page, did they forget how to spell Baldwin?
Probably. Doesn't say Otsego, does it?
Baldwin with the wind.
In these, for instance, in an area you have future intended use, say commercial, and someone comes in with a residential plat, what's our what's our strength here from the comprehensive plan, as far as our intended use of an area? And we recognize our highest and best use, future development to be said commercial, because it's along a busy corridor in a section like 9.
Mayor, so the zoning flows from the comprehensive plan. So this is actually the updated zoning map that follows the comprehensive plan. So these properties will be guided or zoned to commercial use. We have to then amend the commercial zoning district to say, as interim uses, you can have residential development at this density, and that would be their allowed use. If they wanted to come in and change it to a residential plat at 2.5 units an acre, they're gonna have to request amendment of the comprehensive plan. That is basically where the city has the most discretion to say yes or no to any request.
We've been brought that scenario recently, in the last years, and it will come back again. Proposal of some residential. We need to have our ducks in a row.
With the ordinary high water and the wetland setbacks, where we can, residential or
Correct.
tons and tons of conversation about 2.5 acre minimum. The way we're developed, I'm gonna call it spotty developments, whatever. Still follows in line with everything we discussed. Corporation part of that. High density population. Here's the areas that are undeveloped at the moment, could be. Residential property. Farm sells, you know, whatever it sells to. Or farmland at this point, now colored red or blue. Value. And the zoning.
Should point out that this proposed zoning map highlights the other change with regards to residential use. Currently, there's only one residential zoning district, so the city, the probably second most controversial application that came before the city was for a residential subdivision of 2.5 acre lots adjacent to 5 to 10 acre parcels. The adjacent property owners upset about the density of the proposed development. Plat met all the requirements of the zoning and subdivision ordinance. The city is obligated to approve it at that point because that's what it's zoned. So what the strategy here is to create a second rural residential zoning district that specifically allows 2.5 acre lots. The R1 district will be changed to allow 10 acre lots so that when you want to propose a subdivision involving 2.5 acre lots, it necessitates a zoning map amendment. Like with a comprehensive plan change, the city has greater discretion to approve a zoning map change based on policy and interpretation of compatibility. So that in that situation, the planning commission and council could have said, some of these lots adjacent to the 5 acre lots are too small. They should be larger to make a better transition. Because this policy says integrate new development into existing platted areas. So that would be justification for the city to require that.
Seems arbitrary for what we've done for the last 30 years.
It
Because
also,
now you're gonna get a case where this neighbor pulled the trigger, put in the 2.5 acre subdivision. They're both near stuff that was put in the 70s, that's 5 acre. Or the stuff that's recent where the developers didn't want to put a road in and they went with 9 acre lots and 5 acre lots with no road built using the existing frontage on two sides. That that was discretion of each developer at the time or applicant of the plats, what they decided to do, but now you're gonna kneecap somebody because somebody over here is sitting on 5 acres and crying about somebody putting in 2.5? I mean, I don't know, I think you're kind of in a slippery area there where you're gonna set up a situation where you're gonna deny somebody what has been the standard around here.
Mayor, I think it gives the planning commission some of the discretion they sought to try and maintain rural areas.
Okay, so depending on who the makeup of the planning commission and the makeup of the council to follow it or whatever, all suddenly now individual property rights to subdivide and what we did here, and here, you know. And then this guy comes in and we decide that, no, sorry, you know, we can't have it that way. That just diminishes the highest and best use of that individual's property rights, what they could end up having.
I think it would safeguard what the people asked. Literally, because if
Which people, who asked?
The 1,000 people that showed up here and said we want.
Or the same people who moved up here and moved on a 2.5 acre lot, and then as soon as they got theirs, they don't want another one next to them?
I would assume.
Because I'll tell you, I've had people come up and say, oh, I got this beautiful lot here, and oh, I see you've got some acreage there. Geez, I don't want a development to go in there. Do they got their checkbook out? Are they gonna pay me what the highest and best use is?
Well, this is about the whole city, not just about.
No, but I'm using an example.
I know you are. My whole thing is if we say, hey, guess what? We want 2.5 acre minimum lot sizes. There's a housing development that comes in right now. If we don't have it changed to that, they get unequivocally the ability to do 2.5.
Yeah, but the soil conditions in the wetlands will dictate whether that works or not. It doesn't work everywhere.
They may or may not. Right? And so if we say 10 acres, but hey, guess what? You could make this R2 if you wanted to, and we all get to have a discussion about that. You know what I mean? Then it does make sense.
I'm saying-
I'll just say what got me into this 18 years ago was the neighbor wanted to do exactly what he's talking about. All of a sudden, the county, you remember at the time, was talking about 3/4 acres or 1.25 acre lot sizes, whatnot. Overlay, they called it. And little spots here we could put these little pieces, whatever it needed to fit, and do whatever we want. And the county was talking about doing it. Well, a neighbor said, hey, guess what? My lot's 1,300 feet long. Right? So, and on that 1,300 foot long whatnot, I was going to be looking at yards of 7 houses. And I got 10 acres, my neighbor's got 10 acres, there's 37 acres south of me, another 20, 30 acres that's east of me, whatever. On the other side of the road is 5 acres, 11 acres, 10 acres. There isn't any 2.5 acre lots around there. It's all that. Right? So it's kind of like, and my argument at that time was, I didn't buy downtown Zimmerman. I don't want downtown Zimmerman, to be right in my backyard now all of a sudden. So yes, was I a newbie at the time? You're darn skippy. But the entire area generated the thought of, hey, these 2.5 acre lots don't fit here. Guess what? They didn't. Everybody agreed with that. Right? And the discussions of all of that particular thing all went away.
Really? Because it's interesting, because when the first 2.5 acre subdivision went in out off of County Road 2, everybody had 80 acres, 40 acres. There was a few people on 5s and 10s. That really didn't fit, 2.5 acres. Where were you on that conversation? You weren't here yet.
I don't
You
think
should have
I was
been
here
there.
yet.
But as far as when you go to the 1.5 acre or the whatever, that was a cluster plat, which was a community.
No. The county was talking about adding that to all these other ones where you can't even fit the 2.5 acres in there. You know what I mean? Now you can take this little corner that don't fit the map, whatever, on 5 acres, 10 acres, or 2.5 acres. Shoehorn this one last little.
With their own
spot in.
septic and well?
The county was doing.
Well,
That's not what the city is saying, and.
No, I know, but we walked away from the cluster flats. We don't want to have the community septic system. That's a different story. But I'm just saying that.
Don't do it.
You have,
Go ahead, do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
We've walked away from there, but I'm just saying that now you're leaving it up to a group to sit and go, oh, geez, I just don't feel it. I don't feel it. You know?
Because that's what that group is for.
No, because the whole thing, I'm just saying, you look at how the history of how it all happened, and then all of a sudden now, oh, sorry, buddy, you know, you're too late. We changed our mind. Doors closed.
Nope. The overall answer to the underlying question that you haven't absolutely asked is, elections have consequences. Right? So if the people on the planning commission are the wrong people on the planning commission, they can go that way. If I'm the wrong person to be the mayor or whatnot, come November, run me out. Run me out. Get somebody else in here that you want to do this. Right? Elections have consequences. What I'm saying is, when we think about what the comprehensive plan looks like, it doesn't say no, Jeff. When you subdivide Holmesville out there, you can't have 2.5 acre lots. Doesn't say that. Doesn't say anywhere on there that.
No, but if you have it in this,
Come and talk to us, because there it is. That's what
if
we
you
want
have
to
it
do.
in this R1 situation, and then you deny going to R2, now it's done. Now you're not doing 2.5. So you say I can't, but if I can't get out of R1 to get to R2, then I'm cut off right at the knees. There you go.
And that could possibly happen.
And then that's when you get sued, because we'll take what's already existing around it and how it conforms. So you have to be careful when you make that decision, whether you decide to go to R1 or
Well,
R2.
and so would the discussions that amount to on the R2 designation with all of this. So that's not here yet. Not even in this comprehensive plan. Being discussed as a way to deal with some expansions. So, other than conversation, that's not even a part of what we do.
The conversation, I like it.
Mayor, as you pointed out, this does require a zoning ordinance amendment to implement, so the planning commission is currently working on that. So your debate can be continued. The other provision that the rezoning triggers is ensuring that the city has adequate infrastructure and services for the pace of growth, so that if a development's proposed on a city street that doesn't have adequate capacity, there's more ability to defensively say no based on traffic reasons or other service reasons as well. So the intent would be not to use this necessarily as a stick. You know, when the planning commission first assumed responsibility for review of development applications, they were very interested in what the density of surrounding properties were and what the density of individual new subdivisions were. They discussed as initially as part of this comprehensive plan increasing the minimum density as much as up to 5 units an acre. So, but still allowing some type of flexibility to go down to 2.5 acres, just so the average lot within the plat was 5. So this was viewed as a easier, more flexible way to achieve that without running into some of the problems other cities that have used that approach have had in terms of allowing for development.
And I'll say that there's many scenarios where, because of the soil conditions, the wetlands and everything, you end up with a subdivision. There ain't very many that are just purely 2.5, like a piano grid. A lot of them got larger parcels just because of the natural topography that's
And
there.
if that naturally happens, I would say that that's going to fit into this scenario and this possibility. So it's not necessarily a hardship.
Well, it is when you just don't even allow them to get into the R2, just out of arbitrary that we don't think it fits in this area. And that's where it'll go to court from that point.
Looking at the next park meeting to start for the parks.
Correct.
Whole nother added section. So what are the wishes of the council? We have resolution 2619 to adopt the amended comprehensive plan.
I will make a motion to adopt.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I mean, the only packet we have here is this. Where's the rest of, with all the language and all the verbiage?
Right there.
right there.
On it?
Why, just
Mayor.
have it to review, I guess.
The same draft was presented to the planning commission at their meeting last week. There was a previous draft at the last special meeting that was very close to that, with the exception of page 3. There were some typos that were corrected, but otherwise, so it would be available on the website as well.
We have a motion and a second, and Mr. Holm would like a copy. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries. Code enforcements, Mr. Licht.
Mayor, Deputy Clerk Nielsen provided the code enforcement update as part of the packet. We were unable to do inspections today due to volume of calls related to the first agenda planning item. So there are 4 step 1 letters that would be requested, 7 administrative notices, and 1 citation, a second citation would be issued. We intend to do inspections tomorrow or Friday on those items. I'd also note that the items identified on the summary that are being worked on by the city attorney, I spoke with him today. 2 of them have been sent out with the summons and complaint. 1 he's working on finalizing this week. I also did notify the 1 adjacent property owner concerning the complaint that you've all been contacted by, that the complaint was sent. Relieved to hear this.
So, condense that. You need a motion to approve 4 for step
4
1.
step 1, 7 administrative notices, and 1 second citation.
So moved.
Sorry, what was the last one?
1 second citation.
Motion to approve, is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion and second, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries. Mr. Licht, anything else in planning items that I might have missed?
No other planning items, sir.
All right, Park Committee report, Mr. Rush. Discuss disapprove Park Committee member Lester Kriesel's resignation.
Yeah, we got the resignation from Lester. So this is a motion to approve. To approve that. So it's unfortunate, he's been there for 20+ years, so.
Bummer. Approve.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second?
I'll second it.
Motion and second, any further discussion? Send him a letter of thank you for all the
Yes.
years that he had done.
Yep.
Sign it by the council, sign it by everybody. Still is.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of what we did when we had a get-together? Where were you that day?
I don't know where I was, but I was
Mitzvah?
not able to make that. No, I was not in Mexico that time.
Well, you'll appreciate it, a letter.
Absolutely. All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Motion carried. All righty, discuss, approve, disapprove Park Committee appointment of Krista Renke.
So Al went to the park meeting for me 2 weeks ago, so they voted to have her to replace Lester. Correct. So
For the wishes of the council.
make a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second?
I'll second that.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? Welcome aboard, Krista Renke. Thank you for taking time. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries. Cemetery update. Discuss, approve, disapprove cemetery sexton Lester Kriesel's resignation.
Yeah, we got his resignation as well for that, since we need that from Marlene. So I'll make a motion to approve.
Second?
I'll second that.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? Again, in this thank you letter, thank you for all of the things that he's done. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries. Okay, anything else in the cemetery or the park committee, Mr.?
No, we all know what happened at the vandalism, so, and then, we have a next park meeting, on the 16th, and we'll be discussing mainly the comprehensive plan.
Excellent. Okay, tabled items, discuss, approve, disapprove quote from NSU for telemetry units. I'm gonna ask that we table this again to the 15th. I have not had any time to try and call them or talk to them about this. Is there a second?
No second.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries. All right, letter B, discuss, approve, disapprove, COLA, pay increase / COLA for employees. That is me, but Mr. Case did this. I'm gonna turn this over to him to explain at least this worksheet.
Well, I took the the communities of similar size and throughout the high and low starting wages and went with the starting wages just to get a background after, the maintenance department got a 15% increase just then we said we were going to take care of the clerks. So I went and did averages, went through stuff. I have no recommendations. I'm just telling you what the current and what a 13% increase on the deputy clerk and a 1% increase on the clerk is to the second lowest starting wage of all the places surveyed. Then you have the 15% increase, which is the same as what was back there. And then to what the average wage is, I took the average wage of all the starting wages and dead center in the middle in order to get our people to that average wage. The deputy clerk would get a 27% increase and the clerk would get a 17% increase to put them in the middle of the pack of similar sized communities and similar staff. That I figured we needed to do some research and see where we came up with these numbers, and this is how I came up with the numbers. I'm not.
Mr. Mayor? So for that, so you keep saying the 15% for the maintenance. That was a market adjustment.
Where'd you get the number though?
I just bumped them up to keep them in the low end.
Where did you get the number?
I researched it, what it was off the packet that was provided on the spreadsheet.
And that spreadsheet,
I'm not giving a 27% rate. So
on that spreadsheet, one of the places was the city of Minneapolis. I'm just.
Livonia has been paying $35 for the past 7 years.
I'm not arguing with you.
So
I'm not arguing with you. I'm giving you the examples.
I'm just telling you, that was a market adjustment. It was no.
But what I wanted to know at the time was where you got the market adjustment and how you actually came up with those numbers. Because you never gave us anything. You just said, we're giving a market adjustment, and I never saw it.
It was on the spreadsheet that was provided by Joan.
The spreadsheet that was provided by Joan with
all the wages. So
with all the wages, all those companies. Did you see the cities that were on there?
Yeah, and our guys ain't even near that amount.
Well, I would hope they're not near the city of Minneapolis.
No, there's other cities in there. Now then, Livonia.
I understand that, but did you do any math?
Yes, I came up with that.
Why didn't you provide that to council? That's all I asked for at the time.
Well,
Tom, that's all I asked for at the time.
It was
Where are
in the
these numbers
spreadsheet.
from? It doesn't tell me where there's a drive.
Kayla, you got the data? Do you
It's
want
like
to
when
bring?
I asked for the fire department wages surrounding areas, he pulled out a napkin and he said, well, this is what Princeton makes, and that was it. So.
That's not true, but that's fine. You like going after me, but that's
I'm
not
not
true.
going after you. I'm just saying, don't question me on this. I came up, you had the spreadsheet. I made an adjustment, 15%. It's not even close where they need to be at right now. I'm just telling you that.
I think.
Put them over because we were faced with an employee that was gonna start making more than our current employee. So that's where.
Again, I was not opposed to giving them the raise. You never heard me once on that. I was not opposed. That night I asked, how do we get these numbers? Because the sheets you gave us did not have that on it.
It had what was provided I can give you that sheet. I don't have it on me.
Well, I've got,
I think they came from Livonia, Zimmerman, Princeton.
well, you had a couple you had a few at the bottom, but the cities in the middle were a lot of them were metro, bigger cities. Okay, and that skewed your base. That's my problem. It skewed the base.
What did they get changed to?
$3682 is Zach. Bill is 3202 and Josh
And
is
again,
29.
I was not opposed to that, but I wanted to give a broad base. This is how many hours this, and you can see on here the effect to the budget. So it's right there.
So what are you,
What
are you proposing on your spreadsheet?
I'm not proposing, I just giving you the spreadsheet. This council can decide
Because
what you want.
it's on here as a COLA adjustment, and a COLA is a merit increase, which is the average raise. I did a market adjustment for the maintenance guys to bring them up there.
Well, I think our clerks need a market adjustment too, if you look at what they're getting paid compared to those averages.
Yes, and I was thinking more of a 10% market adjustment for our clerks.
Again, that doesn't even bring them up to the middle of the pack.
That would put Joan at 3941 and Kayla at 2635.
Again, I'm just saying, if you did a 15%, I think you should give the employee, if that's what your basis is, that's a market adjustment, our clerks.
Scott, it doesn't.
Can I finish?
Go ahead, sorry.
The clerks are getting way underpaid also.
Yeah.
So why don't we do that same market adjustment for them?
You don't give everybody 15% across the board. Okay? That's how it doesn't work.
But sure appeared that seemed what was going on.
Huh? I brought them up because that brought them to the low end of the scale, not the medium or the high end. Plus, Zach has been here 9 years and Phil has been here 7. Take that in consideration as well.
I am, because that goes into these steps, but all I did was give you.
This is, for my opinion, this is so backwards that every year we give everybody 3%. It is so backwards. It doesn't work that way. Sorry.
Well, I've been arguing for years.
I'm just talking about merit increases. It goes off, how much does XYZ save the township
Here
or
we
city?
got, so if you want to go on that, then we know for a fact that Zimmerman just hired, because every one of their maintenance employees has to have a wastewater license. Just, that's what they do. I don't do good, bad, indifferent, whatever, there it is. And we know, it was 31 and something an hour that they just hired the last guy. You know what I mean? And that comes with a wastewater license. We don't have anything other than commercial driver's licenses on any of our employees that we have there. So if we want to talk about the true honest to God market, I wasn't there when it was approved to increase those rates to that number.
Can you scroll down a little bit?
You know what I mean? So anyway, but what I'm saying, if we want to say that's Zimmerman, you know what I mean? If we want to take the average of where they're going to go right next door or what's local, you know what I mean? And we're already $5.82 over what that number would be for one of them. So I don't know that, and that's with the accreditation that comes with it.
Livonia has theirs starting at 7 years ago at $35 an hour, and they get step increases every year.
Doesn't matter, Tom. Doesn't matter, Tom. You know what I mean? What we found out and what we know for a fact is people with accreditations, whatever, came, whatnot, to Zimmerman, and they had a plethora of people to choose from. And that was at $32, 31 something, whatever. They call it $32 an hour. So this definitely puts our people without any qualifications, you know what I mean, well over that. So when we talk about 3% increases every year, that's a cost of living increase. That's not a merit increase. And yes, that type of thing, 1 to 3%, happens everywhere. Just about every year, depending on the bottom line of the companies.
Every year.
Well, it doesn't have to happen every year.
Question,
There it is.
how come we don't have information for Princeton and Zimmerman? Two women.
Because they don't have deputy clerks.
Was there what page for clerks?
Yep, there's a page for clerks.
Okay. That has Princeton and Zimmerman. You scroll to where they are. Down at the bottom, keep going.
I mean, we have Kayla who's going to college,
Yeah.
right? And that's after work, after hours, doing that all on her own. When something comes up and she has the ability to do that in accreditation, we're gonna have to take a look at that, as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean? We have Joan whatnot, who's has an accounting degree, right? You know what I mean? And she also has a continuing classes in education and these kind of things. You know what I mean? And plus the experience.
Our maintenance.
We've talked about this on several occasions, whatever. She had 2 weeks with the previous clerk to learn the job, and then poof, well, you're on your own, and we all jumped in to help her out. Not a problem. She's done a phenomenal job. She
I'm not questioning Jones'
deserves
job.
the increase too.
I was asked about the public works, and I'm telling you, they're on the low end. They're not in the middle, they're not on the high end. I think as Zach is a public works director, and me and you differ on that, he does a lot of stuff, he's a hybrid. I figure your $31 an hour Zim position is more like a Phil and Josh.
Tom, I'm not arguing that Zach
I don't
doesn't
think any of us
deserve a pay, but I just wanted the numbers. That was my only
All right,
question.
Can we just separate out what we did over at the maintenance department and the numbers and everything? And just look at where the clerk and deputy clerk currently are compared to the marketplace.
And that's what I've got here.
We've already done what we did in the maintenance. It's not a Me Too thing. It's we looked at them. We had a reason to look at them because of the new hire and where we started the new hire at. We dealt with it. Now the question was, should we take a look at what we're doing with the clerk and the deputy clerk? Now we have the information. I can see where they're currently at. I can see some information here about what comparatively are at. So let's just set that aside for the moment and just focus on, because I think getting too worried about defending past decisions. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. I think we just need to look at, I'm interested here in
I
this.
think that's exactly why this was put together, for a comparison and to see what it'd do to future budgets. You know, this is, to me, this is how you go about deciding what this patient.
Yes, but I needed this additional information here, and I appreciate it being
That's
here.
fine.
Just to clarify, the starting wage, the year one, they're all at a 5% increase. Those are actual steps. So regardless of whether we do, a cost of living or anything, if they hit the 1 year, they hit the 5 year, and they've completed some requirements that this city council would put in there, then they get their 5% increase, the 10, and the 10 year and that kind of thing. But that's up to us as to what we want to put in there. I have requested the clerk and the deputy clerk to give me things that they're trying to accomplish to get those steps, and we can either incorporate them or not incorporate them into a wage scale. Because my firm opinion is we need a stepped wage scale for this city. Otherwise, we're going to always keep having these discussions, and it doesn't really do us any good. If they hit their merits, they get increases. They do all that. And then we can, every few years, we can look at similar sized communities and what their average scales are. And then should we do something about raising the whole scale? We can do that. This is all this is. I had never had a problem with raising them. I just wanted to see what the information was, and I did not like the cities that were on the maintenance supervisor and tech. I didn't like the cities that were on there. And I thought we needed a little more research. That's all I said. I said, remember, I just wanted to wait until we got through this and increase it everybody at the same time. So again, whatever you guys want to do, but these two They have not asked for increases. These two do a heck of a job in here keeping a, multi-million-dollar budget and making this thing work and taking all the calls and taking all the grief that they get from people. And they're way at the low end of the scale. And Kayla, our current deputy clerk, is far below the low end of the scale.
What are the wishes of the council?
Go back to the deputy clerk page and scroll around for me, please.
You look at the hourly rate on there, that's what the current one is getting paid. The average range minimum, that is the minimum starting wage for those communities, and then the maximum. I threw out the low and the high because that tends to skew the numbers. I threw out numbers of 10% for a market adjustment to start them off at your year 5, 26, 35, and then Joan at 30, 39, 41. I personally think we just give them the 15% increase. That would put them in the lower end of they'd be below the average wage of all of them. And we just give them the 15% increase. That way we're consistent with everybody.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
I'll second it. Any further discussion? Any further discussion?
Second. Think I don't have a discussion. Talk amongst yourselves.
So this is here where we go again. If we get 15% for maintenance, we always gotta give 15%.
That is not, Tom, it really is not that. It is not that. I just don't want you to do it and make that comparison. I'm gonna focus here on the deputy clerk, and you're here. All right? It's nothing to do with you being here. You do an excellent job, doing everything we want you to do. You're banging it out. And I'm looking at it and I'm saying, yeah, we need to do a market adjustment. And it's not, has anything to do with just because we did something in the maintenance department. The new hire triggered us going, hey, we need to take a look at what we got going on. And so we did. And then we also started to question, well, gee, maybe we better take a look at the rest of the staff and see how we're compared. And we were required to do, over the years, we've done pay equity reporting. And we've examined and we've made adjustments throughout the years. Now we're just basically, we did it in one department and we're just following up on the next department. So it's not to take away from why they got theirs or how they perform or whether they deserved it or whether it was a market or whatever. I'm just looking at it as, okay, here's what we're paying, here's what we're getting, here's what the market is. You know, do you want to be competitive and retain? Do you want to motivate to keep?
You go to Public Works Maintenance. Is there a director there? You can see those technicians there.
Public Works Director?
Yeah, supervisor. There you go. Boy. Average.
So, Tom,
The one from City of Albertville, sorry, Mr. Case, whatever.
I'm just showing it out there.
No, the one from the City of Albertville, do you know what that person comes with? You know what that person comes equipped with to give the City of Albertville for that money? You know what I mean? We just plain don't have that.
Yeah.
You know, we don't have that. We offered that, in fact. And I'm going to go along with what Mr. Holman said. Let's not keep going back to what our previous decisions were. I wasn't here. I disagree with it. I can disagree with it. But it is what it is. There it is. But you can't use that for the same reason that Mr. Case dumped the high and the lows off of here to come up with this average, whatever. We can't even begin to use $55.96 as an hourly rate for anybody.
I'm just showing you that this is a
So are we, and we're saying that exactly, right? So I guarantee you, if we found out, if we asked for the credentials of that person, whatever, they're gonna read very different.
We don't need those credentials here.
No, correct.
We're not paying that, but we are getting more out of Zach as a hybrid.
Exactly.
And he's at a rate, and we made an adjustment, and we're
God.
trying to compensate him for what he's
I'm
doing.
just showing you what the
Oh,
rates
but
are.
And then the other part that I'm saying here at this point as well too is that I came into tonight, I'm ready to offer a 3% COLA, right? That's just to start with, right? But if we're gonna do market adjustments, then they need to be done across the board as far as I'm concerned. And I agree with these guys that it needs to be increased. You're willing to go 10%. You already said that. You said 15%, because that's what's on the paper here. I'm coming in saying, we'd have given them 3%, I would have said 3% right off the bat. So there's 12%, it's only 2% from your number that is a cost, or I mean, a market adjustment. So to me, with 15% here, we're all on the same page. Hence why there's a motion and a second to approve the 15% increase.
Mayor, I would say that this isn't a Me Too thing between the departments. This is based on where they're currently at and what the market is paying. So it's not to take away from the decision, how we came to that decision. I'll defend the decision we made on the maintenance department based on what's being paid in the area and what we thought was gonna be a scale that was gonna work with the starting wage that you guys offered the new guy. And we built off from there. We didn't get carried away. I don't think we're overpaying in any sense. And I think that this 15% is reasonable, and the step scale here to go along with it would be fine.
I do have a question. Does this city council want me to find in these two positions, and however you want to do for other positions, what requirements to hit those next steps? You know, is in the deputy clerk's case, is that at 5 years, she's taken a certain amount of
Or at least
classes.
put together a scenario for us to look at is what you.
And I'm not saying I'm saying bring ideas to you, the city council.
Because there's nothing
those
on
steps.
here that says what the requirements are.
There are none at this time. There are none at this time. Both clerks think there should be. I'm gonna base off what they tell me that, you know, at some point as you go down through your career, you want to improve and you want to get more schooling, you want more of that, which will help us broad-based through, for the city to have that experience and that training. If we put that in there, then any new hire we get, I'm not concerned about the ones we have. Any new hire we get knows these are the steps they need to take to get those steps.
And Mr. Mayor, on that, on continuing education, let's put that in the next meeting. Why is it that our maintenance personnel have to pay for their class in order to pass it? It was made a motion when the clerks and deputy clerks don't pay for nothing for their courses. I'm just asking on that. Because, I mean, Mr. Good and I'm sure Josh, Phil's, you know, ready to retire, want to take classes to continue this, as you saw Mr. Good had his continuous education. He wanted to pay, but he was told he had to pay out of pocket.
Yeah.
Why?
And the council
The clerk, yeah, but why doesn't the clerk and deputy clerk have to pay if they want continuing education?
Did we have any, I don't know that we said that they didn't have to pay.
Yeah, of course, as they attend, they go to.
So,
I'm just saying, that's not fair, in my opinion.
I think we're.
Well, I know, but I'm just.
Separate thing.
Yep, we'll bring it up in the next
Idea is a
meeting.
separate thing,
if you-
that's a
if you
separate
want-
thing.
Yes, if you want to talk about that, let's add this to the next
Yes,
meeting, because I
please.
would love to have a conversation.
Sure, ready to go.
And if you don't want to get blindsided by what I have to say, then let's figure out a way, I'm saying this publicly, that you and I get together and have a beer over all of this or whatever it is we gotta do, so that we know where we're coming from. So that we don't have a repeat of what I was accused of tonight.
Don't worry, the elections have consequences. Last one, the three of us run the city, so we'll tell you what we want to do when we get to it.
I know, you will, absolutely. That's why I said, run me out. You know what I mean? Run me out.
I'm not running. How am I gonna run you out?
This is blatantly apparent what seems to be going on here.
It's plainly apparent. Are we talking about the fire department liaison?
No. But let's-
Common courtesy, I would have told you, said, Jay, called you up. Well, now put it on the agenda.
After, let's,
Put me on the agenda, 17 years, really?
Question.
all right, we
No.
got somebody calling a question.
Right.
This is yes, exactly. You are
What?
exactly right.
Yeah.
Boy, I'm telling you what, this is unbelievable.
Separate issues, separate
The
issues. Set them
question has
aside.
been called.
Jeez.
This board, this council is becoming toxic, gentlemen.
No, it's not.
Toxic.
It's good. It's good. I think we have to vote on the question that was
It's
called.
interesting, but it's becoming
Not toxic. It is not toxic.
Very toxic.
It is not toxic.
That being said, the question has been called, which means everything stops, we vote now, right? There's a motion to approve the 15% increase for the clerk and the deputy clerk. Any further discussion? We have no further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign?
Aye.
Motion carries. All righty, discuss, approve, disapprove, no, that was that. Discuss, city-owned land on County Road 9 and 45, Mr. Holm.
I'd like to table this till.
What kind of games are you playing?
Huh?
What kind of games are you playing? You
I'm not-
you threw this on the agenda last time,
Yeah.
and then you tabled it at the end of the night.
Well, I think it's too toxic
What
in here
kind
to
of a game
discuss
is
it
that to
thank.
play? Oh, is that the games you're playing?
No, but you said it's,
That-
I don't,
oh,
I
so
don't
you wanna
wanna
table
feed,
this
I don't
again?
wanna feed this
I would
toxicity.
ask for the
You talk
council's
about-
opinion on this. Either we want to discuss this for some reason, let's get it out in the open and let's discuss this, or let's take it off the tabled items.
Well, some things are, in the background. I just,
May I?
I would love to, well, no, I would like yield to the council member.
Of course you would.
My one thing I would say on this is that we have got an infrastructure committee. When they meet again, the part of what they're deciding on future infrastructure includes this. We have other lands within the city that city owns that aren't doing anything at this time. We could certainly dispose of them. But I certainly think that we should at least include the infrastructure committee, because if we do anything with this land that is to take it off the table, that basically wipes out the whole reason we have the infrastructure committee.
That's scary, isn't it? Got election coming up.
That's fine.
The outcome of that election really could dictate a lot of things.
Yeah, a lot of things.
So, you know, I just wanted to talk about that land. I don't understand why Brunton is involved in this, looking at this building. I thought we had this discussion
Two
in the
others are as
past.
well.
Why is Brunton though? I pointed it out months ago.
Do this
For free. For free, okay. Well, I just felt like it seems like kind of a conflict when they're the firm that's been helping us draw up a $16 million building. I couldn't imagine that the outcome that they're gonna give us here is gonna entice us into staying here versus building $16 million.
But with the two other.
Why do we have them even involved when I've already called it out?
If we have two other companies involved, we can see if Brunton's giving us real numbers. If their numbers are highly skewed, then I think we revisit the whole thing. Because we're getting two other estimates from other companies that if Brunton is really skewed, that shows us whether they're skewed or not.
I must have missed one meeting in there where we talked about, I've never heard anything discussed about these. Al, tell me about these walkthroughs and these scheduled appointments where these are coming. Were you at all of them?
I was at 2 of them.
2 of the 3?
I think you two should be involved on these meetings, and it should go around your guys' schedule.
Well, I never hear about them.
So, depending.
I rest my case. I rest my case. So,
You're
when
liaisons.
Stahl showed up here, we couldn't have, it wasn't, posted. The meeting, when Stahl came here in Brunton, was not posted. So we had Mr. Walker that was here for that meeting, and Mr. Case that was here for that meeting, 2 council members. So I couldn't stay. But I was here when they showed up. Out in the parking lot, I asked, Lane, is that his name, from Stahl Construction?
Lane, I
I
believe.
asked Lane, I'm like, Stahl, I'm like, do you guys do pole buildings? And I'm like, because I think you're gonna do the 200,000 square foot target buildings is what you're gonna do. And something similar to the new construction that we're talking about doing here. I'm like, we're not doing concrete tip up here. We're not doing that. If we're adding on to these buildings, it's gonna be pole construction. And he says, we do all flavors. And I told him, I says, well, just take it from the mayor and understand that. We will see that in your numbers. You know what I mean? You guys are on the fence here, man. Because if you give us monster numbers that rival what the new construction is, I don't think anybody's gonna believe you. I'm gonna have a hard time believing it. And if you give us tiny little numbers, whatever, well, that's going the wrong way. That doesn't put anybody in any kind of flavor. Right? So now we also have 2 other companies, whatever, that are coming out here to do that. And I don't know what the numbers
Who are
gonna
they?
be.
I never heard any discussion. I want to hear about it.
I'm blanking on the names right now.
Zach was that other one, TD?
Zach was at all of them too. I requested Zach be involved.
Absolutely.
Gila, do you know offhand?
Ken or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like BU, they're, it's been a busy week, couple weeks, so I'm blanking on the names. I got the information, but it's at home. Got their cards at home. But they are gonna give us estimates within the next couple of weeks. Joan has it. If Joan was here, she'd be able to pull them up. I just don't. Yeah, I'm just blanking on what their names are. It's like BU something and.
So, and as I recall, we'd also had Brunton say that in the very beginning, whatnot, shoot us a number for coming out. Then they came and said they'd do it for nothing. Right, so if they're not charging us anything, then why not throw their number in the mix? That's the one we believe to be, that's gonna either be the way high one or the way low.
And I made it very clear to all of them that we were getting other estimates and that there is no cost to the city for this. And they were willing to do it. We had letters go out to 5 or 6 different companies. A bunch of them said, we don't do pole barns. So that's why we ended up with 3.
So for whatever that's worth, then once those numbers come back, those numbers will be qualified, however that needs to be, and then given to the infrastructure committee as what the next step should be.
Yeah, then there's the other part is, I don't know which meeting it was or whatever. I think you were
Chairing it?
chairing it or something, but, I don't think we got the full discussion on the plans that were thrown out that they're actually bidding on, and do we have anything solid? So what are these? Are these abstract hypotheticals just to see this is what could be?
Yeah.
Because I
Sure,
mean,
no, and then when we talked about going out and sending out the letter to all of these people. Here we go again. All right, so when we sent out the letter to all of these people for possibilities, it was of the entire council's volition to do that.
correct.
So I don't understand why you're questioning.
I had some concepts that just got totally thrown out and ignored off of the whole
I
deal.
don't think so. There's an 80 by 80 addition.
There's that, yeah, but you're missing that building where the firefighters run across the parking lot with their gear.
But we're not gonna have that in the new part, and it doesn't do us any good at this point in time if we can add that much onto the fire hall at this point in time. And keep everything that we have, plus future growth in the same building. Why would we do that?
I think what happened at that meeting I chaired is we already motioned and you were late to the meeting, so it was already
Yeah, yeah.
So, just.
Putting in long hours.
Just a
trying to feed my
qualifier,
family.
I'm not, there's no opinion, just a qualifier, just to understand that these plans are not gonna stay static, because we have a cell tower and we have to stay away from far enough, especially with a building right there. And then we also, if you don't have firewalls up, and Zach was, and you were involved, if we don't have firewalls up, we have to sprinkler this whole thing. So we have to put firewalls in these places. And every one of them, that part of the building is coming down. Would you agree?
He said it would be coming down.
Because that is so bad, they're gonna have to rip that down and rebuild
I'm
it.
not saying he's
But-
built.
But I'm just
three
just giving you this is,
I know.
these plans are not static. We're gonna come back with some little differences, and they'll give us some, those estimates.
Could you share those details again? I never heard this. What did all three companies say? Which one, what?
The
old maintenance shop, the original?
Yes.
That they said what would happen?
It would have to be completely replaced because the footings were gone on it when they walked around outside, and the floors are all cracked and hollow underneath,
Okay.
and no insulation.
The poles are rotten under
It was,
the.
what did you say, 1 inch insulation? they
1 inch
figured?
insulation, and then Zach showed him in the back part where he bounced on the concrete and the concrete moved. I'm sorry, this is, we got some major issues back there.
Well, that was the Jess Hall general contractor project back there.
And I'm expecting
But no loyalty to them.
all of this information, numbers, and
Yeah,
brought to the infrastructure committee.
yeah.
The only floor they said was okay was the fire department floor, because it was thick enough.
Well, this letter C on table just seems like a boogeyman to you two. You're like really nervous about it on edge of your seat.
With it. I don't.
Am I playing games?
Yeah, you're still playing games.
I'm not playing games.
Your demeanor.
Well, yeah, no, demeanor now too. Okay, well, I just,
Get to the point.
well, my point is that I just want to make sure, I want to make
You want to
sure,
get rid of it?
I want to
before
make
you
sure
let it
that
make
the,
you nervous
that
on a city's venue?
I'm just want to make sure that all this little ruse here isn't skewed to the point where it says, oh, we just need to build new down the road. I want to make sure we're getting an honest look at buying some time and spending another, 20 years here. I'm not ready to take on the debt of building a new city hall and city council. And so the boogeyman, I guess, by me putting it on there is elections have consequences. Maybe we should put it up for sale. Maybe Metzler wants to build houses there. It's got,
That's why I'm asking you to get to the point.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Holm?
Sure.
You decide, you wanted to have this infrastructure committee, are you not gonna give them the ability to give the opinion?
I want to make sure that the information that they get about improving the existing facilities is not skewed way off into $4 million territory where you go, well, shit, we might as well, no, that's good money at bad money. Where I think some things could be done relatively cheaper than probably what these three companies that you got coming in here are gonna say.
And the problem, the firewall issue is a firewall issue is a firewall. There's codes that we have to do if we're adding to this. Well, if it's skewed, it's skewed, or if it comes in low, it comes in low. We don't know, because we're waiting on the three companies to get back to the numbers. Let's get the numbers back and figure it out. If you think they're skewed at that time, we can visit it.
So my thing on this, on the land, I voted no for it.
I remember.
I was the only council member, 4-1 vote on this. And I suggested on this, I'm in agreement. I want to see what the numbers come in at and we already know what the new building's going to cost in the city hall. But I also like to see somewhat of a park on that 30 acres.
So we can talk about that in the park and when we figure out what we're gonna do at all. Lost my train of thought there with the park thing.
That's what I would like to see there. Some walking trails around there. Small.
I'm in favor of a walking trail around the whole thing. I think that's also good for the firefighters for keeping in shape and that kind of thing. I've always been in favor of that. But you also gotta remember this, you're gonna have a working fire station there, so how parkish do you want it right next to a working fire station? Again, that's a whole different discussion. I think when we came up with that original plan, when we did all that work, doesn't mean that can't get lessened. I know these numbers have been thrown out on what it costs. We get to the point, we see what this is, then we see what we can do with whatever we got there, and if we can make it smaller, we make it smaller. If we can make it work, we make it work. It's not fixed. It's not like, yeah, we gotta spend $15 million. No. You figure out what the cost per square foot.
No,
And you see if there's stuff that you can do without to make it work.
I'm just throwing out the numbers that were proposed, 12 to 14 million I seen out there. I think the infrastructure committee has worked very hard on waiting patiently for this information.
And they've been asking for this information.
So people are saying Rush is anti against this. What I've said, and I'm a straight shooter, is I want to see and I agree with Mr. Holm. I like Brunton. I don't want the numbers skewed, but I would like actual numbers for these vendors to come back with to present to the committee to see what they come in at, and then see what we got for the brand new building, and then make a sound decision off that with the infrastructure, doing the research and their input, and presenting this in a few public meetings to the committee.
Absolutely, I agree with that. Mr. Walker, do you feel the people that came and talked to us, were they trying to do?
They all said just about the same thing while they were here.
Yeah, I thought they were very knowledgeable and but we don't know what the numbers are until they come back to us.
I think that one of the options that was put towards us was, let's add a couple of pole buildings here, call it good for the next 20 years. I don't think that even the people would consider that good for the next 20 years. I think that the people see things different. I think the infrastructure committee, we've had people on the infrastructure committee that came to that infrastructure committee dead set against the thought of building another building. That's why they got on that infrastructure. And they're still saying that and admitting to that in public. I'm not letting the cat out of the bag anywhere. You know what I mean? That what we see here for our facility is something that's not adequate. Literally, it's been said 100 times, lipstick on a pig. Adding a couple more pole buildings in additions to what is already here, whatnot. So let's find out how much that lipstick will cost.
If the designs come back to redo this facility and make it right, fine.
And if you don't like something that I have drawn there, I'm telling you what, that's just an option. I submitted that to everybody to say, change this to what you want. If you see something that you want different on that, I'll take it back and I'll add to whatever we want. I'll do whatever we want. This was nothing that was in stone. All I said was, this was food for fodder here. Elevation picture. They wanted to see what it could look like in an elevation, right? You know what I mean? And I did that, not a problem. You know what I mean? And so, but nobody has said they wanted to change that. This was all put together as a concept, an idea, a something. Good, right, wrong, bad, or indifferent, a something that was written on paper that we all agreed with, which we did, said, yep, this could be the concept we could go forward with, be workable. Now, the rest of this is going to be determined on what's the cost of doing this and what's going to be doing that. So changing this area here into this meeting room just became a totally different number if we have to completely tear down every wall that's east of this building here. Right? I mean, so I don't know what that's going to be anymore. And I'll guarantee you, if we absolutely had to rip the whole place down, we're not going to start back with pole buildings again. We're just not going to do it, right? You know, I had somebody, actually, it was at the pancake breakfast, start talking to about that whatnot. Says, yeah, we don't need chandeliers and the fancy schmancy stuff and all of that stuff. We just need a room that we can meet at. And I said, but if we're building a new building, the construction methods and the stuff, the materials, are going to look awful fancy schmancy because what we're talking about doing is the possibility of a 100-year building. We are not gonna have this conversation again, other than some maintenance here and there, for 100 years, 50 to 75, guaranteed absolutely for sure, 75, and 100 years. If we put up a pole building, you know what I mean? If we put up a pole building, we're gonna do it with the same pole and structures and beams. Somebody's gonna come in and tell us, no, I can stick frame it better and just as cheap as a pole building. I know that because we went through that once before. Anyway, and now we have a different flavor of building, constructed to the same methods and standards, if you will, as a pole building. But the other thing that, and when we add, this is now gonna be a public building, and then when we add the fact that it's gonna be the face of Baldwin, whatever that's worth to everybody, and these types of things, it's going to take it out of the realm of a pole building. Just absolutely is going to take construction out of the realm. So this, to me, said the whole thing is going to be absolutely skewed because this ain't going to work here, not for anything reasonable, because when we start looking at it and dig into this whatnot, the whole place has got to be built. When I did this cartoon on the fire department right here is where the septic system is in the fire department. Doesn't matter, does it? Right? Because when we start talking about this whole place as a freaking campus, whatever, we're going to be looking at our septic system out here, which ain't going to be in compliance. And we're going to be looking at that one there that's not going to be in compliance. So a part of that, nobody, I don't think, even any one of these three, have on here is this septic system's gone bye-bye, this septic system's gone bye-bye, and there's probably a mound or something put over here, and pump stations and whatever it takes to get these two buildings over. Or if we wind up getting to a point where all of this needs to be raised and completely flattened because it just don't work anymore, whatever. Now we're talking about a single building again. What's the difference between here and there? What is the cost difference between here and doing it down there? Number one. Number two, what is that going to look like here versus there? Probably the same building, right? So if this all falls apart and falls flat on its face here, then so be it. We're going to start having a different conversation. You know what I mean? The cost of that new building is going to go away. The cost that they're talking about here, the numbers you brought for building pole buildings and
That wasn't finished. That was a shell with concrete.
I'm telling you.
One,
those were good numbers.
And it's the finishing whatever that's going to take it, quote, to the Taj Mahal. That's the way it's going to work. So if you don't like that, I wish, Jeff, you would have said to me, hey, I think we should have done this, this, and this, that there.
Ha, that got voted before I got back in here. I didn't realize that we were even deciding on your cartoon was going to be the way we go.
You know, whatever.
What-
Anyway, there it is.
one,
That being said, so the last thing that I got to say about this is that land down there. I voted to purchase that land with COVID money. The taxpayers of Baldwin did not pull one penny out of their pocket, whatever, to procure that land. We paid $450,000 for that.
So we're paying dearly for that in inflation, and that was our tax dollars in a different form. So
And so,
careful how you say it.
well, no, careful how you try and skew it too. So that I said, I don't want anything to do with buying that piece of ground
And letting it sit there.
unless we're going to do something with it.
the-
Right? So there is no point in this city owning that piece of ground unless we're absolutely
And
going to
back
do
that,
something with
I
it.
was there.
Absolutely, right? And so now, throughout all of this, the concept has been, what do we do? A park? I agree with that. A fire hall and a city hall? I agree with that. If that's what's in the cards and that's the way this plays out. This place is going away. We have done nothing. Several years ago, we put new roofs on every building that the township owned. Other than that, the maintenance, we have done nothing. Right? You know what I mean? And so other than some reactive, a roof is leaking,
Carpet.
so we go and we fix something. Yeah, squares of carpet, right? So we're gonna have to do something moving forward, no matter what it is.
one more thing, and I brought it up before. We have no idea when the state's gonna make a J-turn here. And the state makes a J-turn, the response time for the fire department getting over to the east side of the highway is gonna be a hell of a lot longer. Cause can you imagine taking a fire apparatus and making that you guys have all been through them stupid J-turns, which I think is just idiocy. We're gonna get somebody killed trying to make that J-turn going on, because those people are coming 70 miles, 75 miles an hour, 80 miles an hour, and we're trying to pull a slow-moving, big fire apparatus around to get down 38 or 2 to get to something. That's why we have this land until we figure it out. I think having a fire station at this location was never a good idea. Never was. It should be someplace where we can get on 169 on a safe way, safe for our firefighters and safe for the public, going down the ramps, which is a heck of a lot safer than to try and cross this.
But 20 years ago, it was what they had.
I understand that. I understand that. I'm just saying, let's.
Okay, gentlemen, is that enough discussion on the?
That was beautiful discussion. I'm so glad I had that on the agenda that we could have this nice talk. And I like what you had to say. It's very interesting. And you're there, up there, chalkboard and everything. I can't, it's such valuable.
It seems we have to play at 10 o'clock to get through these meetings.
It's not a
gentlemen.
game. It's just
a total
fruitful
game.
discussion.
It's a total game.
We work so well together. I can't believe you don't see the harmony.
Toxic was the word.
There is
that I
no
used.
toxicity.
It is becoming that.
It is.
There's been
Business, discuss,
magic.
approve, disapprove, eliminating direct deposit for the fire department. Mr. Case.
So I met with the Old National president. The cost to do the monthly cost for having direct deposit is $75 plus a $10 run. Well, we only do it twice a year, so there's no real reason to have that on there. So my suggestion is to go back to writing the checks out and getting rid of direct deposit for everybody. And I believe the fire department's the only one that's doing it at this time.
And we're doing direct deposit for everybody, correct, at the fire department, or just? Those are checks every month.
So by eliminating this for them, I mean, has this been communicated to them at all?
I'm just a recommendation. It hasn't been communicated, but I believe.
Maybe they like the direct deposit.
I understand that, but it's costing us money. It's costing the city money more than we need to. We just can write a check out, which a lot of them liked anyway before. It was they were ambivalent to it at that time. You can communicate, I'm just giving you the recommendation to get rid of the direct deposit. The city's not gonna, go into red if we pay $150 for the next couple months until you find out whether they care or not. But the question is, as long as we keep the direct deposit, we keep that available, it's gonna cost the city money for writing the checks out will be cheaper. Because the only run we do is the firefighter run twice a year.
And they won't waive any of those fees or any of that kind of thing?
They can't, because that's from corporate. And I haven't gotten the information from Bank of Elk River, but we can do this right now and then, look at any of the other information we get there.
They have a payroll coming up though, don't they, right now in July?
I think we run the direct deposit this time, but in 6 months, we got time to figure that out. Just my recommendation that we do it now.
So, Tom, as the liaison to the fire department.
Yes, I'll bring this to them.
Would you want to bring that to them and
Yes,
find out?
I
This is
most
the
certainly.
games I'm talking.
I'll make a motion to table.
One question.
Table it?
I will.
Wait a minute, Al has a question.
If we go back to checks, does that mean that we're gonna be mailing them checks out, or will they come here?
No, in the past, the fire chief has taken the checks over and handed out to the firefighters who are there. The ones that have left the service get mailed out. So they just get the check in a sealed envelope, it's put in a box with their name on it over there, and they just pick it up over there. So they, again, 30 times, it's, it's probably gonna cost $200 if we had to mail them all out. Usually it's only about $5 because there's only about 5 checks that get mailed out.
So we have a motion.
Yep. and I will
the
talk to
Fire
him.
department liaison to run it by the fire department and see how much.
The motion is tabled so he can do that.
Why are we
yes.
laughing at that?
No,
Fire
no,
department
we're
liaison.
playing games, Tom. 'cause
I'm not
that's
playing
how
games.
We work these days.
I don't understand what he's getting.
I don't, seriously, I don't know where the game is. You
can I-
put it on the agenda without talking to me.
Yeah, we're blindsiding the firefighter.
Blindsided me completely.
Can we get back to this, please?
No, because I'm playing, I want to know the game here. I'm not playing. Yeah, I was blindsided on the meeting.
That has
I
nothing
reached
to
out
do with
him.
that, Tom.
Of common courtesy,
nothing to do with that,
17
Tom.
years on this city council.
nothing to do
Common
with you,
courtesy would have said
It has nothing to do with
to
you.
call you and say, hey,
Do with
whatever.
you, Mr. Holm. This has, the games I'm talking about has nothing to do.
Okay, well,
Other recommendation.
So
The
that,
other
we have a
recommendation.
motion for the
Motion to table to allow the
Table this,
liaison.
to allow the fire department liaison to run this by the fire department to see if there's gonna be any hardships. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Motioned and seconded. Any further
I
discussion?
got further discussion, real
That,
quick.
well, one other piece of discussion that would be to this is, Mr. Rush, do you believe you could have that answer by the 15th, the July
Yes.
meeting, or should we table this?
No,
Because
Second Tuesday in July is the,
I will have it
be
by the
the whole business meeting, so he should be able to do it.
Thank you. And will you take that as a friendly or at least an addition to your motion?
Well, it was, my motion was to table it to the 15th.
For that, till the 15th.
The further discussion I had on this is that the bank recommends that we deposit all checks into the checking account, not the money market, and then just transfer it over. The money market I believe almost every corporate one has it's a federal regulation. You can only deposit 50 times into a money market every month. Well, we hit 51, so they had to charge us for that extra check. So the recommendation is that we deposit everything into the checking account. And then we can transfer, we can do a sweep into the money market every day. The other thing is just so we're aware of it, we could absolutely switch banks, and that may be what we do. But then we have to get all the state and all those checks, the ACH stuff, changed at the state, which is gonna cost clerk time and all that kind of stuff, which may end up costing us more money than it's worth to do.
But that's a different part of the discussion.
That's a different,
Whole
I just
different
wanted to bring
issue
that into it.
Than what the motion is.
Okay.
Just in addition to that.
Yeah.
All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries. Discuss a CIP for the city of Baldwin. Mr. Case.
So the CIP is that most of these cities have a capital improvement plan as a citywide thing. So we have one for the maintenance, for public works, we have one for the fire department. I think we incorporate those into a overall plan, that capital improvement plan. I believe that Joan sent out a couple, did she send that out to everybody, or did she just send that to me? I can't remember.
I think she sent to everybody. Examples.
So those are some examples. I think we should really look at it, because if we do plan to do any building or anything like that, and we try to get a rural development loan, having it in the CIP, a CIP, and having whatever we're gonna do, it doesn't mean we're putting any money into it, but whatever we're gonna do in the capital improvement plan, that is one of the requirements to get the rural development loan. Well, the rural development loan is a 40-year loan at a reduced interest rate. So that is one of the reasons I want the city to have an option, whatever we do, because it certainly would be a lessened effect on the taxpayers and anything that we do that way, so.
And with these examples, and as I do recall, Mr. Lick, we spoke just a little bit about a capital improvement plan that you've helped other cities do as well. Use as fodder for what this would be. Get a copy of that. Or those.
So, yeah, I could probably find the original copies that we did probably 15 years ago, but it was Otsegos that was sent. Mr. West provided Elk Rivers, which it's basically a software program that accounting firms use. Ellers probably has it, that you can input that in. It's just basically working with, all the departments to write their equipment needs and actually inventory what they have and expected life, et cetera. Identify all the potential projects, put them in a list, prioritize cost estimates, and lay it out.
Make a motion to have Mr. Lick help whatever person on the city designates to help get this capital improvement plan going.
Motion, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries.
Hot seat over there, Dan. The business comes that way, in that corner.
Discuss scheduling an open house for 100th Street residents regarding the project. Mr. Walker.
I would like to schedule, because a lot of people on 100th were very confused as what was going on over there. There's a couple things I'd like to see done. I'd like to get a hold of Sam and have like another meeting, call everybody in here, to show them the plans, explain to them what's going on. And then I think it'd be, because right now we're not getting anybody that wants to sign over there for it. I went up and down that road, I caught everybody. And there was only like three, I think it was 2 or 3 people that actually wanted it done, so they did sign right on the spot. But I think if we had a meeting where the residents could come in and take a look at it and have the engineers explain to them about the right-of-ways. They're just concerned about trees, mainly trees. There was like 3 of them wanted to be paid, and we already discussed that. I told them we're not gonna pay it. The county does, but the townships and the cities don't. There were some of them that said they bought the property just because it had trees in the ditch and whatever. But yeah, I'd like to get something going on that too, just so that we can have one night to get as many people as possible in there.
Mr. Mayor, so this whole thing about 100th Street, there was letters sent out to residents with false information. That was sent out saying we're taking 15 feet, and this blew it all proportion. The trees, we discussed, we're not gonna reimburse them for trees. A lot of these trees are scab trees, if you look at them. So, I mean, part of it, you're getting a new road free. So we're not paying for it. So I don't know what the good is to have another. I personally don't want to spend, and I read in some email exchanges that we have Hawkins and Anderson go survey so the homeowners know where the trees, where they're gonna lose it. All they have to do is just take 7 feet. I don't see wasting money, additional money for surveys. And we already spent quite a bit of money on this with Bogart Peterson and now with Hawkins and Anderson. I imagine the engineering fees are probably well over 500,000 plus. I'm just saying in this. So with all the stuff.
Not quite that much,
But it's getting up there. So I don't know what good that's gonna do. I say, if they don't want to sign, then they don't get the road done. We go to 297th. I think there's only 2 people on that road that are left.
We're just talking, we got them, I got them finally. We just haven't gotten them back.
So we have everybody on 297.
297th, I've got everybody on there. We have a foreclosed home that we're waiting for paperwork to come back from Fannie Mae Bank.
Yep.
And then there was another house right next to us that they got emailed it, but they haven't sent it back. But I do have the guy's phone number, so I will call him tomorrow and find out what the holdup is on that.
Yeah, excellent, thanks. Good work, and thank you for doing that, you know what I mean, and going out and doing those things as well. I think the added cost of having them actually going out and putting stakes in there, because they're gonna know pretty close. I don't know that it's actually gonna take surveys, an absolute survey. We started at our engineering workshop, we talked with Sam a little bit. You know what I mean? You remember this, about surveying there and putting stakes, because now people have a visual. Huh?
We're gonna take them and throw them.
Well, if they do, then it is what it is. So we have really options. And the question is, do we want? So we do know that false information was put out.
Yes.
They got everybody.
Yes.
What we can do now as the last ditch effort, as far as I'm concerned, what I mean, to have them go out and put stakes on both sides of 100th Street. Say, here's where the edge is gonna be. This is exactly what we're talking about. I don't think all of the residents are gonna peel them out. So even if we do have some disgruntled ones that pull them out, we're still gonna have the ones. So we're gonna, because I don't think this be a pretty straight line.
Oh.
Anyway, and so we do that as the last ditch. We also talked with Hawkinson Anderson about splitting the project. And I'm hoping on the 15th, we're gonna get some kind of an idea, you know, from them, a cost, what it's gonna do to the project to only do 290. Right? Because if that's the case, you know what I mean, then I'll be willing to just about bet 100th Street will never get done if we do that. Right? You know what I mean? There it is. Or we can say, here's where this is gonna be, and then we can do eminent domain and take it and do what we gotta do. Now it's gonna be the court costs, it's gonna be court fees, it's gonna be the land acquisitions, whatever those are, whatever the judge says needs to happen, whatever, in order to make this happen. So now, what we will be able to do, regardless in all of those scenarios, use MSA funding to cover the cost of these as a part of the project. Right? So it's not like we're gonna dig into our levy or our road and bridge budget or whatever for that. Once, the only thing we have to do is we have to wait until we let the project, and then we can start to get paid. Another thing that's happening as well here too that we covered was the MSA funding. Since we incorporated, it has been put into our account every year. Right, so we got the 600,000, it's 1.2 million this year. Next year, it'll be 1.8 million. Right, so we're banking these dollars we haven't lost. Right, so literally now what we're talking about is if we have $1 million project, and it's not, or maybe it's only 297th now, we can pay for that without financing. So we're not going in the wrong direction. It's just this council at some point in time has to have a blunt, point blank decision made on what we're gonna do. My suggestion would be that we go, since we've come this far, have Hawkinson Anderson or their surveying people go out, put stakes, just to say, here's where we're talking about. Here is where the line is gonna be.
I don't think that's gonna make a difference, because the main question is that they want their trees reimbursed. They don't wanna lose it. They're scab trees. Why would we invest more money when they can just go 7 feet and figure it out on their own?
Because this would be.
Because Hawkinson Anderson is gonna cost us more money, and I don't think it's gonna change the
It's
decision.
about moving the project forward. Mr. Rush was first.
Or home.
Mr. Holmes was first, sorry, you guys.
Two things. I agree with the stakes. I would do it before that open house. I would agree with doing the open house.
Yeah.
So that they get the visual to see what it really is. I have an extra question for Hawkinson Anderson or Bob. Is if you say that like eminent domain and all that could be covered in MSA dollars, whatever, then why couldn't purchasing of trees and I want to know if that could be reimbursed by MSA funds. And I would use pretty good criteria about it has to, in order for us to pay for the tree, there has to be an economic loss of the removal of the tree. And I could picture a property where, you know, they had planted trees when they built the house, they're making a screen, it would have an effect. But there are places where it is just a patch of woods, and if you take the first layer off, like 305th, it didn't affect any of them properties because it was solid woods, and you wouldn't be able to tell. So there's gonna be a lot of areas on 100th Street that it does not justify compensation for, but there are gonna be a few properties where the fence is gonna need to be paid to be moved, and there are a few places where there are some trees that were planted as a screen and are now 40 feet tall and have a value. So if we can get reimbursed from MSA on it, I would say instead of ever taking them to eminent domain, buy the trees. It's gonna be a hell of a lot cheaper.
I would hope that we could get all of the easements signed without having to do any of it. That is not gonna be a nice thing.
Well, there's 22 right now. I counted the list today, and 2 of them are on, and this wasn't people with multiple properties. I'm against buying trees for any, I mean, we've never done that on the board. You're getting a free road.
Can I ask a question? Al, you were out there. How many people want to be reimbursed for trees?
There was 4.
Okay. So maybe I'm, you know, not, I would think the cost of eminent domain is gonna be far greater than paying for the trees. I'm sorry, I get what you're saying, but I think the cost of doing eminent domain is gonna be a lot more than the trees. Not saying I wanna do any of it, but I think we should at least have the numbers. How much it's gonna cost to reimburse for the trees with what Mr. Holmes said about, hey, it's gotta be an economic reason. And then how much a typical eminent domain taking would be. Because I don't wanna spend dollars, you know, that, if we have MSA funds, we can use it for other things that are actually better than buying trees or eminent domain. So I'd rather see if we can do it for that.
I'm not saying eminent domain. I'm saying just walk away. Walk away from it. They don't want their road done.
Well,
You got 20 people that still need to sign.
Some do, but some want their road done.
And you're getting a free road.
Yeah, I understand it, but you're saying, because there's more than 20 people that live on that road.
Yes.
There's more than the people that live on there that use that road, and it's a safety issue. I'm taking it from a safety point of view. We're gonna make a safer road. It isn't about whether they like it or not. It's about, we have a new standard for our collector streets. They're way undersized, they're way outdated, they're in rough shape, they're dangerous. We need to fix it. We have a mechanism to fund it now that we incorporate it. We talked about doing this when we were talking about incorporating. I'd like to see it through. I bet the mayor would agree with me. I don't wanna walk away from this.
Well,
What else?
There was one other issue that they were worried about. Almost all of them was the speed.
yeah.
And right now, I don't believe I haven't seen one, but I don't think there's a speed limit sign on that road.
Means it's 55 miles an hour.
That's what I said, yeah. So I said, if it's possible, maybe we could get it a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit. I told the people, I said, most of them probably aren't gonna read that sign anyway, so it'd probably have to be patrolled for a few months.
Yeah, and it's a straight road. It's straight roads are straight roads are straight roads. I'm gonna tell you, having driven fire apparatus down that road at a high rate of speed, it is not a safe road. And you come up over those hills and it's so
You're
narrow.
committed, white knuckle.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm gonna, hit somebody pulling out of their driveway on that crappy road because it's so narrow, you can't see anything. I understand where you're coming from, Tom, but I think the cost of taking either, paying for a few trees over losing, having to spend a bunch of money on eminent domain, or somebody getting hurt out there because we never fixed the road. That's my concern.
Mr. Mayor?
Also, another thing to think about too, about cost, is we will never collect what we have into it until it goes to bid. Correct. To charge back from MSA dollars. Let the bid. So we have that at stake, collecting what's been invested by the Baldwin taxpayers at this point, that's fronting it to get to that stage. So we gotta, you can vote your conscience and we can go 4-1 on the trees, that's fine.
Well, no, I'm just saying, you do it for one. All these other collector roads, once they hear that you're reimbursing trees, they're gonna want it. So you're just opening up a can of worms, in my
I
opinion.
don't think every one of them would do that though.
But that's why we have to have criteria about it having, because that was the basis when the county came, there was a basis of, how much it was gonna be and for why. Because we had trees in areas that it didn't have anything to do with my curb appeal or affecting the visual of seeing my home or not, and I got paid accordingly when the county came through. And some neighbors held out and took it to the level of court and got 5 times more than the rest of us got paid that settled with what they were offering. But some of us just thought, fine, this was reasonable, go ahead, you can have them popples. They'll be growing back in about 5 years anyways.
Even when we did 136th Street from 9 to 42, You know what I mean? People had the same concern about, oh, boy, they're already going so fast now, they're gonna go. And the admissions of the engineers and every engineer that we've had thus far said a widened new road is less dangerous even with the speeds. So you've got somebody in a 24-foot wide lane doing 50 miles an hour. Looks like he's going a lot slower, if you will, than somebody in a 14-foot lane, 55 miles an hour. And it's the same speed, just the road got wide.
Well, and the other thing too, and I made the point to the residents at that other meeting we had with 100th Street and 297th, was have you met the plow in the wintertime? When you meet the plow, you have to. Somebody has to give. Because usually it's the car. Because the plow is sticking over the center line. It's just too narrow to go through there.
So with that being said, I'm gonna say Mr. Holmes is exactly right. I am not ready at this point in time to throw in the towel on 100th Street. I think a plan would be, and check me if I'm wrong, we've discussed this now. I agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Holmes that we send out and have these stakes put out before this open house. Once that's done, whatever, then we talk to them about an open house to come in and say, this is what we're talking about and this is what we want to do. Once we have whatever that input is, either we get the input from them, or they balk still, whatever, and at that point in time, we need to have the is this done? We're moving on to a different road, because I don't want to see the MSA money continue. Right, so if we're gonna go into see, the other part of that too is that, if they say no and we have to go into a battle, that could take years to accomplish. That's not something that by the end of next summer we could have all of that.
Mayor, there is a process where the city can take the property under a quick take, and then the court process plays out afterwards, based on the value at the time of taking.
We know how the value is determined.
Appraisers. Remember what I said about the disputes between two appraisers?
Yeah.
That's where it comes into play.
So the scenario then would be hire the appraisers, they come up with a cost, and then we roll forward with the project.
Mr. Mayor,
This
can
is
we,
new to me.
can we get
I've
a,
said this 5 times.
can we get an estimate from the attorney what the eminent domain normally costs to do a single one, and then we can see what the budgetary hit would be to get to that?
Dan, I'm gonna look for some direction on that.
Mayor, I don't know the cost, but typically once you start that process going forward, you can still negotiate with the property owners to try and settle before you actually go to court. So if it comes down to something like a small dispute over the value, you know, if you're off by several $1,000s, you typically just settle it
Okay.
as a negotiated attorney-client privilege, closed meeting, agree to the settlement, come into open session, declare that we're settled with this person for this amount.
Okay. All right.
So what are the wishes of the council? I think we have agreed that putting stakes out there is kind of the first step, along with promoting another meeting.
Well, it looks like that's letter D there. We're on C.
Yes. So what are the wishes?
I'll make a motion to approve doing a survey, just at least we can see what we do get back.
Okay, that would be D. Let's do C first.
Well, I think.
Well, C is to discuss.
I think discuss scheduling.
Yes, but I think we don't know when to schedule it until we know when it's gonna be done.
Okay.
And,
So-
you know,
Then let's
Do we-
just
do we
leave
want
this as
to-
discussion.
well, the question is can we ask Sam for an estimate of the cost of 100th Street survey, put the stakes out?
Stakes out.
For the 15th meeting, he comes prepared. We approve it that night to let them actually do the job. And then he tells us when he can, at that night, how long it'd take him to get that accomplished. Then we can base that off of when we can try to schedule the open house.
Let's use that as a motion to kind of usurp this, use this as discussion, but this
That's
is
my
going
motion.
a different way. Use that as a motion to have them give us a number by the 15th of what.
number and a schedule.
There's a second.
I'll second that.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Okay. So good so far. It's working now.
Well, it's after 10.
Okay, now we're gonna discuss, approve, disapprove the survey on 100th Street. You want to table that to the 15th?
I would recommend, let's
Let
change my motion to table it to 15th so we can get all the information from.
Let that be driven by.
Well, isn't that part of where my motion was coming from, the last motion?
Sort of, yeah, but now I want a specific.
Well, wouldn't it be approving to get we need an estimate.
This
From-
is to table, discuss, approve, disapprove survey. Till the 15th.
Yeah.
So we have the numbers.
Yes, the table, yeah.
Excellent. Is there a second?
Yeah.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? You got that?
I thought you kind of tied them both into one there, the last motion.
Well, no, we did, but then we separated.
Okay.
Left one is discussion and the other one. Okay, so anyway, motion is second. Any further discussion? It's just to table it, to get numbers from Sam. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries. Alrighty. Letter E, dead tree in the rain garden.
Yeah, Zach was asking if we could hire somebody to come and cut that, because it's broken off.
Right against the
rest of it has
fence.
to be removed, and it's a bigger project than I think.
Is it all on city property or in the right of way or?
Yeah,
Right
it's
up
on-
against the fence.
Yeah.
Fence there, the property, so it's right there. It's a big one that kind of,
City's fence or some property owner's
the
fence?
property
The
owners,
property owners.
and the tree snapped in half. It's a big,
And the whole thing really needs to be.
Sit Elk Lake.
yes, the rain garden, yes.
Well, we have a rain garden park too. Full of weeds.
We get an estimate from some quotes or whatever
Two.
from.
We've got them already?
No,
or
we'll need to
All right, so
get,
that's a motion to go out for quotes to do that. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? I'm gonna say Al made that motion. Yep.
Yep.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries. Letter F, zero turn mower, Mr. Walker.
The zero turn mower, one of the steer pumps went out of it this week. The lower seal just blew right out of it. It's got just about 1,000 hours on it. It's been well used.
2005.
And I think if they replace it, one pump is $1,600. And I kind of made the suggestion to him, if he replaces the one, he should probably replace the other one too, because it's probably not far from going itself. So then he said, well, then I asked if it would be cheaper to get a new machine, because that one's over 20 years old. It's,
2005.
it's, I've looked at all the steering knuckles on it this week, and it's used.
Tires.
Personally, I think it'd be better just to,
How wide of mowing path? is-
that one's a 52, but he said a 60 would work too, because he uses it a lot at the cemetery to get around, so he doesn't have to weed whack so much.
So do we have any estimated costs of 60-inch or not?
I got, a Gravelly was, $86.99, and a Ferris, that's a 60-inch, and that was $10,099. But then there was like a $500 reduction on both of them for, if they went through, what the heck is
The
the name?
state bid assistance.
Yeah, state bids, yeah.
One of them had, sealed bearings, the other one had greasable, serviceable bearings, stuff like that.
Yeah,
I think the Ferris had the greasable.
stay here, but
So either if you replace them, we'd be spending 3,200, right? 'Cause
yeah, if you
want to
replace,
dispose-
because I looked at it, and in order to replace them, it's, you gotta take everything apart underneath there to get at them, so you're almost better off to change them both.
5,500 to $7,000 somewhere in there.
Yeah.
That it would be added cost.
Or replace?
Yeah.
What are the wishes of the council?
Well, I think the one we have is kind of a consumer grade, and the ones that you've got quoted are
These are
commercial.
commercial grade, yeah.
Because this, apparently this one we have is the one that replaced.
I mean,
the
not only would we have to fix the pumps on that
four-wheel
one,
steer tractor that was impractical for the cemetery.
the tires are due on it too. They're just right down to the skin.
Which one do you want to do, gentlemen? I'm not sure which one is which. I would assume the Ferris whatnot is the one with the greasable bearings and all of that.
Yeah.
I would suggest that would be the best buy.
That's the more expensive one,
You
right?
know what? But even it's even the,
Nice tractor.
Zach's words was, I'd like to be able to control the maintenance on it as far as being able to grease it.
well, the other one you do, you just replace the bearing.
Yeah,
I
right.
mean, so there's that, but to be able to do maintenance on it, I think to prolong it is not a bad idea.
I'll make a motion to buy the Ferris then for 10,100.
Second,
I'll second that.
motion is second. Any further discussion?
Also a discussion on that, what would we do with the machine we got? I mean, I know we wouldn't.
Trade?
That's a good question. I mean, either that or could we just sell it outright too?
Yes.
Because there's always somebody out there that wants something.
Mechanic special.
cheap that they can
Put a
fix.
sign out here, we can K-bid it to see. But if it's leaking and it's junk, it's only gonna be for parts.
Well, that's
Regardless, it would be for parts.
just, yeah.
And,
'Cause it's
we,
leaking good.
we've always done K-bid for all the stuff we've gotten rid of before, but I think this, what's that?
There's an affiliate there.
Lifestyle Tent's got a K-bid. So I think different, a subject, whatever, but have a discussion with them and see if.
Well, maybe we look at anything around here that we could, divest ourselves of that is no longer, that serves a purpose.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve this with further discussion saying that different subject. What are the wishes of the council? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries. All righty. Frontier Trails aerator replacement, $874.78. We got to do it. This is something that fell into the purview of what I would have been able to approve. But because I found out about this yesterday and tonight was the meeting, we brought it to the meeting here to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve.
How much is it?
$874.78.
I'll second.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries. Letter H. H. Poly Flex. Tom Rush.
Yeah, so I talked to Sam, because he's gonna bring numbers back for the micro surfacing, for the 15th meeting and also the crack sealing. But, he wants to know, because the estimate was about 124 just for strictly crack sealing those 9.5 miles. He wants to know, make sure if we want to put Polyflex, which we used last year, to be included in that, and that will up it closer to $150,000. So I said, well, we have a meeting tomorrow, or, yesterday, today. I'll ask the city council.
Well, the Polyflex is the stuff that we've said needs to be in there, right? We liked it from last year?
Yeah.
Does it not matter?
Yeah.
Now, what are the differences gonna be? Does it matter?
No, he said it's more durable, is what he said. But we didn't discuss it. That was strictly just crack sealing on that 9.5 miles. So if you want to do it, it'll be closer to the 150 and you can go out for bids.
To the council.
So I'll make a motion to approve.
Approve the Polyflex. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries. Letter I, City Hall, discuss pets. Mr. Rush.
Yeah, so I just want to get discussion here on pets. Do we allow them here? And And this is just for discussion. You know, I think if I'm a pet person, but I don't think the pet should be here just because of a liability issue. If a mother comes in with a child, grabs a dog's tail or whatever, could snap. And then, there's also been accidents on the carpet, so I just want to know from the city council here if they want to keep allowing the dogs here or what? Or pets or what? I just wanted
I don't have a
discussion.
problem with the dogs here, what the council?
So,
I don't have a problem with it. It seems the clerks like seeing pets in here, so. Kayla, I think Kayla works here. What do you think?
Safe answer.
I guess as long as we keep the carpet clean.
for having pets?
Well, as long as I said, keep the carpet clean.
And I would think that if we know, I think, because I don't think people bring the pets in, you're talking about council members and or staff who brought their pets in.
Yes.
Correct? So if a person comes in and has obviously, well, we're not gonna
Well,
stop
yeah,
that anyway.
of course.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking
No.
about the and I would think that if the dogs are crazy and wild and not to be respected, we would be smart enough to take them.
Yeah.
You know, one of them I could, whatever, I do believe whatever, but shoot, Mr. Case has been the only one that's really brought the pets in. And the dog was a mascot at the fire department and was a mascot. I don't know, tell me, check me. But if we had any troubles with that dog going after somebody or biting somebody or whatever.
Maybe licking them to death.
Because our leash
Like
law.
they like belly
Leash law at the park.
We do. And but get this, our leash law says you gotta have a dog on a leash. In your yard, you gotta have a dog on a leash. But that means that if you have voice command of that dog, that can be the leash.
And I would say that I have voice command of those dogs. They're border collies, they're not dumb dogs, and they pay attention to me. I'm not gonna be here as much as I have been in the past, so I don't really think it's a big issue. They're both elderly dogs now. Avery's 8, the other one's a rescue that's over 10, and she's as meek as they come.
Home, what say you?
Oh, if we're going around surveying the
We
room?
are, the Mr.
Oh my
Rush asked the
goodness.
question.
Ask for opinion.
Question. Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be hot tomorrow. I might drop off my 2 golden retrievers then, and they can just stay here all day in the AC if you don't mind. They really mind really well. They're not very. Probably also lick you to death. They don't shed too bad either. So what time are you here, Kayla?
So then the
So we
next
got doggy
question-
daycare here.
Then the
so.
next question I have to ask, what do we want to charge for doggy daycare? Because that's not what Mr.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. Apparently there was an accident recently or whatever. Don't know the reason why or what happened. I haven't heard of any prior to that, but it would be appreciated that, you know, accidents that we don't continue. You know, staying up our facility with whatever. So, like, I guess a discretion should be.
So is that a vote for marble terrazzo floors in the new building? So that we don't have carpet?
No, I don't know. I don't know. It's gonna be a little tough to source that right now. Yeah.
So Tom, what are you looking to get out of this tonight? Just discussion or a decision?
Just discussion. I mean, I see it as, I'm a dog lover, but one day some kid might grab dog's tail. He might snap. I'm just saying liability. And then with the accidents happening, I just wanted discussion. If you guys are fine.
I bring me up to speed here. What, is this one accident or is this multiple accidents? Is this
And
peeing on the
and
floor,
then
dirty on the
and then
floor? Was
all
this biting
and then the hair. No, there's no biting. It was hair all around the building. You know, the hair and the accidents and this. I think it's a liability. But if you guys are fine with having the dogs here, so be it then.
One accident as far as I know, and I cleaned it up. And it was urine.
So
I don't have a problem with the dogs. My dogs come with me to work every day. Doggy daycare on the other hand?
Well, they could be the mascots at the town hall.
Absolutely.
Just on hot days.
Where do we want to go with this?
this discussion.
Mr. Rush is asking a question. I don't have a problem with dogs being here, so.
Sounds like the conexus or the decision is to have the dogs here then.
Tell us what their decision.
I said use discretion. If you can't, an accident one time is one thing, but if it becomes a continuous thing, then maybe rethink what you're doing.
Okay, do you need a motion on that, Mr.?
No, it's just
Rush?
discussion.
All right, last one is chip sealing, Mr. Rush.
Okay, that's.
Yep, the last meeting, I think we should, have Hawkins and Anderson. You guys, we got about 3 miles of road that need to be chip sealed. It hasn't been done since 2020. West Elk Lake, Lake Diana, South Sandy. So if we want Hawkins and Anderson to do that, I think we should, start it now to do those, because those roads haven't been chip sealed in 6 years.
Estimates for it.
Yes.
Okay, what are the wishes of the council?
That's for Elk Lake.
Yeah, the West Elk Lake, Lake Diana, and South Sandy. Which is about, it's about 2.8 miles, just slightly under 3.
The wishes of the council.
I'll make a motion to go out, have them explore.
Motion, is that a
I'll
second?
second that, yeah.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries. Announcements. City Hall is closed Friday, July 3rd, 2026, in observance of Independence Day. Special Planning Commission meeting is Wednesday, July 8th, 2026 at 7 p.m. And as that is a special planning commission, the discussions there will generational housing, or at least the beginning. Okay, so next city council meeting will be Wednesday, July 15th, 2026 at 7 p.m. July 14th through July 28th, the filing period opens for municipal offices, mayor, 4-year term, and 2 positions for city council, 4-year term. And on that note, as we are in announcements, I plan on running. So I've said that before and I made it official. Is there any other business?
I plan on not running,
That'll,
since you're saying what you're.
just saying that.
How about you, Tom? What do you feel?
Huh? I'll decide at that time.
So I'm not spouting misinformation then, Mr. Then what you had said before on several occasions, publicly in meetings and otherwise, that you were not running, that is no longer true at this moment.
No, my answer, July 14th.
All righty.
Maybe I might have a discussion with my employer and see what they think I should do.
Have time, so you're gonna, we'll need, actually, we don't need to know from either one of you until
Till
July
July 28th.
18th. But, or July 28th, right, exactly, but, is there any other business? All righty, that'll conclude the business tonight, other than a motion to approve. Are you signing them? Are there more here? There we go.
I got it.
Sit on me,
I rushed them all day.
Saw that report about, the declining, values in downtown Minneapolis, shifting the burden to other property types. There's one about the Best Buy complexes getting lower assessments.
We'll get their money from the bathhouses that they're opening.
Bathhouses?
Jeez.
Yeah, they're bringing that back.
Yep.
We didn't discuss cameras. We should be discussing cameras sometime. Next meeting? We should really think about upgrading our cameras out there. And, you know, back in the day where we were reluctant to put cameras up, but now it's become, we got a very expensive playground set out there and, other things and continuous issues rising.
I agree. We didn't put them out there for a lot of years because we didn't want
We-
to be Big Brother.
Big Brother, privacy.
Problem is little brother's damaging stuff all the time.
Exactly.
Well, sounds like they can't hide. It's almost like Tommy Boy. I know where you sleep.
Dan.
Your mothers will cry. Where, Bruce, where is this at? Where? Roughly? By you? Near you?
It's south of 9 on 30. I can give you the address.
Oh, I don't. Big one. Don't mail it, they're picking it up.
Dirt work?
No.
Yeah, that's son. Anyway, very significant. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Oof. Oof.
Oh, get it.
Which one?
That there's a punch list that hasn't been actually executed. We've reduced the letter of credit.
Put it this way.
We were told it was executed.
Maintenance staff is saying that it's, nothing's been changed since last year.
Well, but that's not the word that we had when.
We talked to our professional.
Exactly.
I know. We'll be down to $3,000 after this. That won't cover it if it's the way it says.
Yeah, right, absolutely.
That's where the guy lives.
We
Wife kicked him out.
That's your bedtime?
next to the house.
Yeah.
Go back up again.
Dan's got it. But anyway, yeah, he lives in this, that's what he lives in.
Well, that seems like a good candidate for that housing type we're talking about.
I was gonna use that as an example.
I'm not gonna sign that one.
We approved it.
Approved it on bad information. Artie Homestead. Reduction of letter of credit.
Where was that information when we
That 2-month delay with the rocker,
all this stuff, it just it gets approved and then
hoping
somebody comes in, oh, wait, it's not that way. It's like,
almost.
We're gonna be on the hook for taking care of those
be on the hook
issues.
for everything.
One up every weekend.
And we're gonna be on that very same hook regardless.
There's a one bedroom downstairs.
Well, we could have them perform before giving the reduction.
Oh, yeah,
I'm not so sure they haven't.
But what are you gonna do? At this point, you gotta hope for the best. Wanna be,
Well, let's hold the check back for a week, 2 weeks.
I just wanna be up there.
Verify.
I like it up there somewhere. We're going up. Yep. All right, good night, everyone.
Good night.
It, the last one. Okay. Approve bills for payment.
Check number is 29589 for $15,216.98. Void check number 29470 from May of 2026 and reissue check number 29594 for $77.48. $5,793.91. Total of $200.
Approve.
So move.
I'll second.
Further discussion?
Yeah, I think we should hold back the Hardy check on the reduction letter of credit till we verify that everything was done. That's my thought, my discussion.
Any other discussion? It was that large of a number, because we paid for the road project over here. What do we want to do with Mr. Holmes' request? What are the wishes of the council?
Wasn't it approved by the engineer for the reduction?
Sam was at in this meeting and said everything was good and it was all good to reduce it. Zach says that all the things that were on the list have never been accomplished. And when we did our road tour, we noticed boulders that Jay would say those are too big to be in that, that culvert. And Zach believes that there's more than $3,000 worth of cost to make things right there if we had to try to use what's left in the letter of credit to accomplish it. He said even if we did it ourselves with our own equipment, it would be difficult to do it for that amount. So he cautioned us about our decision to reduce letter of credit, and then here's in the bill for payment is the reduction.
But what, if it was approved, wouldn't Hawkins Anderson be on the rope for this since they're our city engineer, excuse me?
Making sure it got done because they told us that it was,
So we can hold them accountable.
they're gonna have to make sure they get it done. They were the ones who told us.
So,
and did
I
the
mean-
recommendation.
We can get I don't mind holding the check, but I think we just need some clarification.
Verify this.
Alrighty, then I need somebody to alter their motion to include everything except
You might want to call it out by number and amount too.
from Hardy, yeah.
Just want
Then
friendly,
Caleb's got to calculate the new number for the approval
friendly.
without that check.
since I made the motion, who seconded? Al?
By excluding check number.
I'll take that as a friendly then.
To be held for, until further review. Till the 15th.
Take that.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion to adjourn. Any further discussion? Let me see. What can I talk about? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries. We are adjourned at 11.
Wow, we haven't had a late one like this for a while.